Good morning. House is in session. Then the suspension was called order number 6. I will return to that. The honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a blessed good morning to all Barbadians here and abroad. I rise to support these budgetary proposals laid in this Honourable Chamber by the Prime Minister and member for St. Michael North East some 2 days ago. And Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, while I've been in this chamber some 6 years now, and the member to my left and the acting leader of government business, the three of us, it is my first budget, Deputy Speaker, where I'm able to stand in this House as a minister representing the communities and constituency of that wonderful parish, St. George, but closer to my heart, St. George South, that has shaped my value system. And indeed, in 2013, I made a vow to the people of St. George South that I will take this duty of representation and indeed of leadership seriously, and to do right by them, the people of St. George South, and to do credit to my nation wherever I go. And Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed as I echoed those few words in my preamble. This administration, nonetheless, Deputy Speaker, has set a strategic roadmap of stabilization, growth, and then transformation of the economy with people as the central focus. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask myself the question, and I ask the people of this country and you in this Lord Chamber the question, where are we now? But I don't only ask the question, but I will answer the question as well. And it leads me back to this wonderful document, Building the Best Barbados, what we call our manifesto, the 2018 Barbados Labour Party Manifesto. And we were at the crossroads prior to May 2018. We were hemorrhaging. Some would say we were bleeding. Some would say we were spouting blood. Some would say we were near to death. But indeed, this document, before May the 24th, set out a set of strategies to stabilize this economy. And I will list a few, because I don't want to spend my entire presentation focusing on what was said yesterday. And I think this is a perfect time for me to compliment those members who spoke yesterday. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my good friend from the constituency of St. Michael North West, and indeed my alma mater, contemporary and mate from St. Philip West. Those members indeed thrilled my heart and gave me goose pimples yesterday afternoon. And Mr. Speaker, we have stabilized this economy. And I heard the member for St. Michael Northwest in his speech yesterday, the last speech, and it remained with me up to this present moment, my good friend. We have stabilized this economy. The Central Bank of Barbados was printing money. Are we printing money today? We have stopped the printing of money. We have saved the Barbados dollar, Mr. Speaker. And I quote from page 6 of the Mission Critical Policies and Actions, Rebuilding Our Foreign Reserves. And we set a goal of restoring Barbados foreign reserves to at least 15 weeks of import cover through certain policies. And we will achieve this. Up to day before, we were at $1 billion in terms of foreign reserves. Up from the 400 million that we found when we came into office. And indeed, we have indeed rebuilt our foreign reserves and saved this dollar. We dealt with our debt. Our debt was averaging 175% of GDP. What it is today? 120, 125% of GDP. And by 2025, that is our target, because we will be here then again. We intend to push this debt to GDP ratio down to 60%. And Mr. Speaker, that is not all. We were relying on the national insurance to pay our way out prior to May the 24th. We have stopped that, and we have also put millions of dollars back into the national insurance fund to short the fund, so that when we reach our twilight age, we can receive a pension. And indeed, I recognize my friend to my right from the constituency of Christchurch, West Section, who indeed, we will say do the dog yesterday in the small chamber. And he said the puppy. So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we have indeed stabilized this economy. But I wish to mention one other thing, and the member for Christchurch West, I want to congratulate him, because driving through the constituency of St. John South, I too had my challenges with my vehicle. Changing, shock, suspension. And indeed, I'm proud to report, and the people have asked me to congratulate him, a road that has never been done in the history of since we became independent in this country. This government started the Workman Road project from Workman Jordan, the borders for the Deputy Speaker, who is sitting in the chair.
Thank you.
And my constituency to the plantation. And indeed, that is more than 3/4 of the road. I was in Workman up to Sunday, and members of the constituency of that nice village Workman hugged me, some kissed me, some were dancing, and indeed we had a jolly good time because people want infrastructural improvement, and this government is leading the charge. So we indeed are addressing our mission critical items. And if you look at page 49 of this document, I know it by heart. It speaks to transport, infrastructure, and water improvement. And indeed, we are living by this document. And all the actions and the implementations, you can check page by page that our mission critical items have indeed, most of them have been achieved. And those that have not been achieved will be achieved within the next 6 months. So in the words of our leader, the Prime Minister, keep me posted, we have left the base camp and are climbing the mountain. We are preparing to depart stabilization, and we are on the path to growth and transformation. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, like any good general, our Prime Minister has been tactful in her deployment of these resources. So while the stabilization team has been at work, she has deployed resources in 2 key areas. She has asked members of the team to put in place building blocks for long-term growth and transformation of the economy and society while keeping people at the forefront. My task has been on the battlefield of growth and transformation. And it has been an honor to be sent here by the people of St. George South to work on creating opportunities for the ordinary Barbadian and businessmen and women, and to be in the vanguard of creating intergenerational wealth so that families in my constituency and the wider Barbados can achieve long-lasting prosperity. That has been my mission in my ministry. But before I go into the sectoral issues as they relate to growth and transformation, let me speak briefly on a few of the macroeconomic policies that we have seen articulated by the Prime Minister. And I want to pause at this moment to indeed congratulate the Prime Minister for the leadership that she has displayed, not only with us, her cabinet, but with the people of this country. She has kept them informed on every single strategic move she has made. And indeed, she has kept this cabinet motivated. I can boast that I came not in this chamber to make friends. I didn't come to politics to make friends. I came to represent the country and to represent the good people of St. George South. But I can say that I have among me some 29 brothers and sisters that I can call on at any point in time to assist me. And indeed, we operate like a family, and I want to give credit to the leader of this government, Mayor Amor Mortley, the Prime Minister of this country, should not have called her name. But some of the macroeconomic policies speak to putting money back into the pocket of the ordinary Barbadian and the middle class people of this country. We know prior to 2018, for 10 long years, the middle class have been decimated. The poor people in this country, you talk about taxation, the poor people of this country were in the mire in terms they could not put food on their table. They were having tremendous challenges meeting their day-to-day living expenses as a result of the policies and the strategies of this government. But we are pleased to report today that the reverse tax credit ban has increased from the $13,000 per annum up to $25,000 per annum. And indeed what that speaks to is $20 million more, an additional, $9 million for 7,000 people, a total of $20 million going back into the pockets of ordinary Barbadian people. And if you tell me that is not providing the impetus for growth, then you don't understand basic economics. Because what it does, it increases the spending power of the ordinary Bajan. And in addition, personal income tax. Those persons who are receiving an annual salary of up to $150,000 per annum will receive income tax savings as high as $770 per month to the end of this year, starting from July 1st, and from 2020, January the 1st, income tax savings of $350. And indeed, this is significant. So come July the 1st, money will be going back into the pocket of the middle class people in this country. And what that speaks to. So the persons in Fair Pilgrim and those middle class areas that I represent, Glen Acres and Buckley Meadows, who could not have afforded over the last 10 years to employ a full-time maid, they now have the opportunity to move those maids from 1 day up to 5 days, sometimes as high as 7 days, because they have more disposable income. They now have the opportunity to hire the gardeners to keep the maintenance around their property looking in tip-top shape. And what that speaks to small business. That speaks to generating business. And indeed, those are some of the macroeconomic policies that I wish to mention. But Mr. Speaker, let me dive into the sectoral level, because my mandate has been one of growth and transformation. And indeed, I have listed a few strategies, and I want to thank the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to impact the lives of ordinary Barbadians and those middle class people in this ministry. Because indeed, when we look at one of the key strategies in the aspect of growth in this ministry, was to expand access to low-cost capital, or what we call seed capital. And if you doubt me, pick up your manifesto and turn to page 17. So we are not just writing these policies, we are living them. And the first thing we did was to create the trust loan program. And indeed, even though this was seen as a growth strategy and not mission critical, it was executed with the help of the members of this team here, led by the Prime Minister, within my ministry, within the first 6 months of us assuming office. It was not mission critical, but we saw it fit to indeed impact the lives of the ordinary Barbadian. We saw it fit as we pump $10 million annually into a trust loan program to provide seed capital for these persons who otherwise would not have been able to go to any bank or credit union to start businesses. And I am pleased to report that the first trust loan was given to a person with disability who works in the Bridgetown port as an artist. And indeed, the honourable member, I don't like to attack people when they're not here, but the honourable member for St. Michael West, those persons who voted for the Barbados Labour Party, indeed, they were among the cohorts who benefited from the trust loan program. So he can come in here and sing tra-la-la. His signature is on this document, and it is touching the leader of this country. His signature is the signature right next to the Prime Minister. And indeed, he signed on to every single policy. But I heard him yesterday attacking my good friend, and I got angry because I see the member for St. Michael, for St. Philip West, as my senior from that great institution. And if you touch him, you touch me. And I came here for the member for St. Michael West, but I leave him because he's not here, and I know I have other members who will deal with him, because I don't think that the member for St. Philip West, who's a gentleman, did not do justice to him, because I have a lot more I would say to him. But let me move on, because that seed capital, and I wish to let us know how this trust loan fund is performing. We have indeed provided some 700 loans to date. 700 loans to date we have facilitated in these categories: in agriculture, the cultural industries, the manufacturing sector, the retail sector, the services sector, and the tourism sector. Left to enter this fair, and I have spoken to the member for St. Michael South, is the blue economy, and he has assured me that before the week is out, he would have members from the blue economy with the sargassum project and the fisheries coming to the trust loan fund. And we have distributed some 700 loans valued at over $3.25 million to average Barbadians in this country, those persons who we as a government said we will protect, and we will ensure that growth comes from the bottom up, and indeed that small businesses and entrepreneurs will have the same opportunity as any other businessman in this country, whether big or small. But I wish to report further. Today, we have received some 2,200 applications at the trust loan unit, and if we value that at a maximum of up to $5,000, that is indeed $11 million committed to the people of this country to indeed generate small business in this country. And if you tell me that is not growth, then when you speak outside of these chambers and in your corridors and in the streets and in the highways and byways, then you indeed are not truthful to yourself if you say that this government is indeed not generating any growth strategies. Because the ministry for which I have responsibility is indeed a growth and a transformational ministry. And indeed, these are some of the areas that impact and will excite and continue to ignite the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. Because the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector has been positioned as the engine of growth for emerging economies. And I wish to quote a few stats here. The stats show the World Bank report of 2018 that the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector accounts for 40 to 50% of GDP in those large economies. It further went on to say that micro, small, and medium enterprises account for 40% of GDP in emerging economies. But let's come closer to home. A Caribbean Development Bank study of 2018 shows that micro, small, and medium enterprises account for 40 to 50% of GDP in our region. And in Barbados, the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies, a 2015 report that was published in 2016, shows that the micro, small, and medium enterprises account for 64% of GDP. So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, our growth strategy is indeed related to what we have been seeing internationally. And indeed, any country that has gone through the level of decay and the level of mismanagement and the level of corruption, and then see it fit to focus on the micro and small and medium enterprise sector, then their goose is cooked as it relates to growth and indeed transformation. So I again, as I speak, I have to compliment the Prime Minister, because she saw the wisdom in indeed investing in micro and medium enterprises. But that is not all. Our strategy as well, our growth strategy, is geared at strengthening these micro and small businesses to create economic opportunity for what we call natural progression or natural growth. So we are not only having a strategy of providing seed capital, but we have a strategy of strengthening the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And how we do that? How we did that? Sorry, not do. How we did that? We formed something called the Financial Literacy Bureau. So we are not only giving you money, but we are also providing the necessary support that your business can indeed flourish and your business can grow from strength to strength. So we formed the Financial Literacy Bureau. And indeed, thus far, we have trained some 270 persons who have received loans. As at the 1st of March, 270 businesses who would have otherwise been unexposed to training have been trained. And I want to thank the Small Business Association and the head of the Small Business Association for providing that support without any monetary reward, because she too supports this government mission, and it's not all about money. It is about growing this economy and indeed saving people and saving lives. So we train persons in marketing their businesses, elements of management, and financial literacy. And we went further. We visited most of these businesses, and indeed we were pleased to see the reports. And I can give an example. The recently held AgroFest, someone in the services sector selling donuts, who shall remain nameless, invited me to see them display their products and indeed sell their products. And I got to AgroFest on the Sunday at 2 p.m. and indeed that person was sold out. So you tell me if the Trust Loan Fund has not been a savior for small businesses and entrepreneurs in this country. And indeed we have gone further. A strategy to strengthen micro, small, and medium enterprises. We will continue, and we have started holding business fairs across the constituencies across the parishes, the 11 parishes, and indeed we say charity begins at home. I held the first at Greens Inn, St. George, and I'm not afraid to say that. I am leading by example, and indeed it was a success. And I have communicated with every single one of my colleagues to bring business fairs, to empower these small businesses and entrepreneurs to every single parish in this country. We also seek to promote greater connectivity and cooperation between businesses to leverage skills and expertise and share knowledge. And to this end, we have formed a cluster program. And what we are doing, we will invite you to the Barbados Museum and Historic Society on April the 27th to witness the first key cluster being rolled out in the fashion industry. So we will have fashion designers, model agencies, seamstresses, makers of jewelry and accessories, personnel from the cultural industries, web designers and web promoters, and of course, we are not leaving out the Barbados National Institute, who indeed is there to ensure that our standards are up to par, because we intend to take these businesses beyond this 166 square miles. And indeed, we have also invited our partner, the Barbados Investment Development Corporation, which is the export entity, to prepare these businesses to move beyond the 166 square miles. So we are indeed providing the opportunity for our businesses to grow and indeed to become global competitive businesses. And what that will do in the end, not only grow businesses here, but to generate foreign exchange and bring investment to this country. So you tell me if that's not a growth strategy. Ask the pundits if what we've just articulated at a macro level and also at a sectoral level within the ministries, if those are not growth strategies. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we shall not live there. I now move on to transformation. My message is clear, that we have stabilized and we are growing and we have strategies to transform. And I will list a few. Moving our businesses from the informal sector to the formal sector. When we have issued these loans to these persons who otherwise could not have gone to a credit union or a bank, what we are doing with them, we are enhancing their credit profiles. We are giving them the opportunity now to move one step further in their development and in this country's development to indeed access finances in the formal sector. So then they will hold the hands of their brothers and sisters who are coming through the system. That is what the cluster program is about. And they will tell the success stories of how this trust loan system has indeed benefited them and have moved them one step further. So we are creating creditworthiness businesses through the trust loan program, and that is a transformational strategy in this country. People who could not get a look in at our banks, our commercial banks, and our credit unions, by 2025, we will have a vibrant micro and small business and medium enterprise sector in this country. And I will speak later to one of the other strategies, the transformational strategies, before I run out of time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Moving businesses from the informal to the formal sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of this lower chamber, we have created a new vision for vending in this country. We all know that our vendors are indeed, most of them are in the informal sector, and they too have the opportunity to access the trust loan program. But critical for us, we have decriminalized illegal vending in Parliament some months ago, and it will come to this Parliament, whereby no vendor who vend illegally in this country will go to jail for illegal vending. We are not advocating for you to vend illegally, but what we are doing, we are putting the systems in place to empower you as a vendor and for you to conform and for you to grow your business. Because why? We see vending as part of our culture and our heritage. vending is as Bajan as putting in sauces.
Right.
And we need to stop
Yes.
looking down on our vendors, because vending indeed needs to occupy its rightful place in the economic landscape of this country. And we are on our way to creating a vending policy and a vending act in this country. So those are some of the things that will transform businesses in this country. And that is where we are. But I go on to another strategy of building global competitive businesses. Ask the pundits. What we have witnessed this morning is about growth and transformation. And we recognize that stabilization has occurred. And that is my mission this morning, to let the public know that we have growth and transformation strategies, and some reside within the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce. And I have been on the battlefield from day one on growth and transformation.
You have 5 minutes to tell us about the licenses in your ministry. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yusuf and the Deputy Speaker, he wants to hear about the licenses. I don't have a difficulty with that, and I will give him what he wants. Building global competitive businesses, use of the digital currency. We will transform small business in this country. Gone are the days whereby we will be writing checks and moving from one location to the next. Within a few months, we will be issuing trust loans on a digital platform. And indeed, is that transformation for the first time in the history of this country. And that is not all. We'll create a portal that accomplishes all measures of feedback for analysis by those workers. People can look and see how their loans are being processed on a daily basis. People can see what training modules are being offered on a daily process. That is what we are doing with this year in 2019. Isn't that transformational? Deconstructing and outmoded policies and procedures and promoting the ease of doing business. And I go to the new liquor license regime. This is what the member for St. George North wants to hear. We have businesses in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have businesses in this country who spend an enormous amount of time running between the courts, magistrate courts, to get liquor license and entertainment license. This government is on the verge. Actually, I have the document here that can't be shared because I will not breach protocol. This has to be certified and ratified by this cabinet before it is seen by anyone. And the Prime Minister has seen it. But I still will not share it. She has to okay it. But I can speak on it because it is a transformational strategy for these small businesses. Only last week I went to, on behalf of the member for St. Philip West, and I thank you, I deputize for him. I give the feature speak at the launch of the International Basketball Soccer. And I said to entertainers that they have the opportunity, they will soon have the opportunity not to apply for a license day by day through the court, but to come to the Department of Commerce for a 90-day license, what we call a seasonal license, that could cater to the entire crop over season, and it was met with a round of applause by the entertainers and promoters. And indeed, that is where we are transforming this country to improve the ease of doing business. And the liquor license is just about one of those. The event license, we believe that the time has come whereby we need to move to a nighttime economy, but I will speak on that later. But when we speak of the ease of doing business, we have a challenge in this country. And the member for St. Michael's South Central can attest to this. Monies have been allocated by the Democratic Labour Party for an electronic single window, which will improve the ease of doing business, so that if you indeed order anything to come into this country, you order it through one window, then might find the Minister of Agriculture, he can see it. The Minister for Economic Development and Investment, she can see it, the member for St. Michael's South Central. The Minister of Health, can see it from one window, and that is to improve the ease of doing business and reduce transaction costs. Because gone are the days whereby you'll be sending a clerk to move from Ministry of Health office to Economic Affairs, then to Agriculture to certify documents. You will be able to certify it in one window, and that is part of the government's digital strategy. And going further, we will link it with something called Asikuda World, the customs aspect of it, so we can enhance the clearing of goods through the port faster, more timely, and at a less cost. So the merge charges will be reduced significantly, and indeed government will indeed be at the forefront and the cutting edge of first world technology and indeed first world business and trade facilitation. And that is indeed what we as a government, what we are doing. But Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, my last point, to put all this into one box, into one framework, we intend, as part of our transformational strategy, to implement the Small Business Development Unit model. It is a model from the Organization of the American States, and the Democratic Labour Party spent 10 years with this model in their office and did nothing to it. But what this does, Mr. Speaker, this allows for the creation and the capture of the economic impact through a technological platform called Near Zero, which promotes the measurement of businesses. So in 2025, when I return to this chamber, and if I'm lucky to be still in this ministry, I can tell you between now and then what our percentage of GDP is as it relates to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Isn't that a wonderful thing? And that is the broad model and the broad framework. And we have a few small business development centers, and the member for Christchurch West Central, the Youth Entrepreneur Scheme is part of that. BIDC is part of that. The University of the West Indies is part of that. And the Small Business Association is part of that. These are the agencies that can upload information on small and micro businesses so that we can capture the inputs and the outputs as they relate to business development in this country. So, Mr. Speaker,
you have done well so far. Just wait up now.
We are on the verge of transforming. And I will end with the words of the Prime Minister. They have stuck with me. We have left the base camp and are climbing the mountain. We are preparing to depart stabilization. I would say we have departed stabilization, and we are on the path to growth and transformation. Mr. Speaker, we got this. Stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the Honourable Member for St. John speaks, the Honourable Speaker will come to the chair. Yes.
Good morning to all. Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise. You mentioned the Honourable Member for St. John, but today I rise as an angry father from St. John. On Wednesday, you paid tribute to those fallen in New Zealand. Today, on the behalf of the churches, the constituents, my family and I want to pay respect to the families of the victims of those 20 persons in this country. And I am this morning an angry father because maybe it is fortunate that my son was off the island on vacation, but he was working, or he is working in Sheraton Center, and the last of these nefarious acts took place at Sheraton Mall. And the Honourable Member for St. George South mentioned the words of the Prime Minister. And I want to go there too this morning, because on page 5 of her speech, she mentioned we must and will build a Barbados where Bajans are not defined by the circumstances of their birth. And I believe that the persons in St. John understood what she was saying, because I, maybe more than most, is a personification of that particular sentence. Because it is easy to get carried away when you become a member of the political class. And Mr. Speaker, one of the main issues, in my opinion, that is causing us major problems in Barbados is this classism that we are embracing as a norm. And I came up those steps this morning, and the officers, because of protocol, saluted. And I don't care about that, Mr. Speaker. The salute that I care about is when I will go on the blocks in St. John, on Lot 38, on Ground Zero, the Venture Guerrillas, Edgecliff Vigilantes, that they say bro, they say griff. That is my salute. And I am an angry father standing here this morning, because I believe that we have a duty, not only the 29 or the 30 of us who come to this August chamber, but we need to embrace what is happening on the blocks to turn it around. In 2013, I sat in the audience and listened to my friend Andrew Pilgrim, and he said there are more of us than those who are doing wrong. And all that is necessary, Mr. Speaker, is for us to reach out to someone, to reach out. And like I said, I can understand that all of the trappings of the political class, but the Prime Minister can take that away from all of us in a heartbeat. And at the end of the day, those youngsters on the blocks, they need a second chance. And I respect what the Honourable Minister of Youth is doing with the Building Blocks program. But I'm requesting, Mr. Speaker, in 2 weeks' time, I will be calling a block consultation in the constituency of St. John to hear from those guys on the blocks that I have just identified in St. John, what are their concerns. And I am begging and I'm pleading that the Minister of Youth constitute and convene a national block consultation with the youngsters in Barbados to find out what are their concerns, because it must not only come from top down, it must come from bottom up. And yesterday when I exit this chamber, I got a call from Marcus Stevens. And Marcus is an individual that will go 5 years and you will not hear Marcus curse. And yesterday he did. Because Marcus, like myself, we walked those blocks for 4 years and we understood the issues and the problems that are facing those youngsters. Now, this budget will benefit constituents in St. John, but what is the sense of it benefiting them if we have to live in jails in our homes? I was home this morning and I heard a piece in a news item where it was being announced that a business house in this country was donating CCTV cameras. Mr. Speaker, those cameras are being set up to capture maybe crime. Wouldn't it be so much better if we can have input and donations to the men on the block that will stop those cameras from coming up? Mr. Speaker, we need to embrace that. And I want to say thank you to 4 individuals who would have donated land to the constituents of St. John to develop 2 playing fields and 1 play park. And that is the type of donation, Mr. Speaker, that I'm talking about. Because if you're making profit in Barbados, then you must understand that there must be a give back to those guys on the blocks who require a second chance. And all of the political class will come to know. Yesterday when they had that shooting, commerce at Sheraton Mall came to a close. It came to a close. And I'm saying that maybe some of the funding that you make in profit, and I'm speaking specifically to the private sector, should come back in terms of sponsorship. The Honourable member for the city can benefit from that. I can benefit from that in St. John. Because at the end of the day, we have groups, we have clubs, we have teams who require sponsorship to go forward. And I'm sure that if some of the funds that come from that direction filter down to the youngsters, that we can see a change. Now, like I said, I am speaking to this because I'm an angry parent. I have 3 children. And the fact that it came so close to a part of my heartbeat is a concern for me. And this statement, we must and will build a Barbados where Bajans are not defined by the circumstances of their birth. And we must understand, Mr. Speaker, that in most cases, all those youngsters on the block want is for somebody to reach out to them. To reach out. I was in my office doing clinics, and a guy came to me who I was able to find some employment. And he was almost in tears in my office saying, thank you for the opportunity to work. And I'm suggesting that if all of us, in a similar vein to what my friend would have indicated, if all of us reach out to one individual within our constituency and say, I am going to mentor you, then we're going to see some change at the end of the road. And if I move away from this now, and if, like the preachers have often said, if you save one, then you would have done a good thing, then I know that at this stage, 10 months into my political journey, that I have saved or I have impacted on some lives in St. John. And I canvass on the mantra of home drums beating first and being the blood of the blood. And it will remain that way, Mr. Speaker. Because I see this, and I am privileged by the persons in St. John who on May 24th made this journey possible. Because the reality is that if you look at the theory of Karl Marx, where he talks about those who control the means of production, and the only way that change will come is when the proletariats rise up. The closest thing we saw to that, Mr. Speaker, was on May 24th. Because there was a grouping in here who believed and started to act as if they control the means of production, the bourgeoisies. And the proletariats on this island rise up on May 24th and said enough is enough. So, Mr. Speaker, I had to get that out first, and I really, really want us not only here, because it is not only the 29 persons who form the Barbados Labour Party who will bring about change in this country, who will allow all of us to walk about free without the fear that probably was there before. It must be something that is embraced by all of those who moved away from the village. My friend Sean Burke said to me, Griff, you can't say that you live in a village, say you live in a community. I live in a village in a Cart Road in St. John, and it will not change. It can't change because, Mr. Speaker, that is who I am. And I remain the blood of St. John. And I am suggesting to the Minister of Youth to embrace Marcus Stevens, embrace the fact that he can fill that room with the blocks. I am told that the Honourable leader of the opposition was afraid to go in Vietnam during the campaign. But prior to this, I was in Vietnam, working on the blocks and canvassing the area. How could you be sitting in a position like that and afraid to go on the blocks? And the question must be asked, why? And when in a previous statement in here, I talk about sperm donors. A man who seemed to be a hater of females talk a whole set of nonsense about it. But the reality is that if we as men stand up to our responsibility as fathers and as leaders in this community, we can bring about change. I personally believe that. I was raised by a mother who fathered me, and every day I get a WhatsApp message saying, "Love you, Daddy." And I'm saying that can move all around this country if we decide that we can step away from all of what we believe make us a man. Because like I said, I don't care about the salute. I don't care about that. I care about, like I said, when I walk on the block, I hear what's going on, fam. That is my salute. And it will continue to be my salute in St. John. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I came here and I rise this morning as an angry dad because of what is happening in my country. And I understand that the things contained in this budget will benefit not only the constituents of St. John, but will benefit Barbados as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I have been privileged to be functioning as the minister in the Ministry of Housing and Lands. And the reality is that the last government and the last minister who was in that institution crippled the National Housing Corporation and left the National Housing Corporation lying prostrate on Country Road. And that is the reality that we found. The Honourable Member for St. Andrew and myself crippled, Mr. Speaker, and yes, lying prostrate on Country Road, almost flatlining. But the reality is that through the leadership of the Honourable Member for St. Andrew, we are seeing some life coming back to the Ministry of Housing and Land. And let me talk about some of the nonsense that happened during the last 10 years at the ministry. You have this program, a 20-year divestment program, Mr. Speaker, where the Ministry of Housing and Land, who were managing in excess of 4,000 units, and the nefarious acts of the last government resulted in over 3,000 of those particular units being given away to tenants. And the reality is that that was probably one of the main revenue streams for that particular National Housing Corporation. And we were taking in $8.6 million prior to 2008, and it is barely a trickle now. Because in order to convey those units to tenants, we are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring that all of the wiring and a whole set of different activities are in place before those units can be conveyed to individuals. And Mr. Speaker, that is not all. They're not paying a cent at this stage. So as long as you reach 20 years, you're getting a unit, but we still have to maintain those units. At rural development, we're seeing a situation where we are engaging and would have embarked on a situation of rectifying the pit toilet situation in Barbados and house repairs, roof repairs, to mitigate those hurricanes that are coming across. And Mr. Speaker, it has been going well. Almost every single constituency in rural Barbados would have benefited to date from persons being involved in that process. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Prime Minister, I have indicated to those persons at rural development that under no circumstances should persons who benefited from this particular program in St. John should be highlighted. And I hope that all the MPs that are sitting in this August chamber embrace that. Because I believe that those persons who benefited from that particular initiative should still maintain their dignity. And we should not carry the media to any of those locations to highlight the fact that this particular pit toilet was changed to a waterborne. I believe that we should embrace that, Mr. Speaker. They must have their dignity, and that should never be our politics. And that particular program is happening. We are actually building out. I know that persons in St. John would have benefited from it, and based on the reports that I would have seen, I know that others in other constituencies would have also benefited from that. At rural development, there's also the Livestock Development Fund that provides funding to those persons in rural areas who are interested in embarking on farming as it relates to sheep, cows, pigs, rabbits, that type of farming. And this is, in a sense, being buttressed by the trust loan. At rural, there's also the Rural Enterprise Fund for those persons and those individuals, Mr. Speaker, who are interested in starting their own business, even if it is not in the livestock area. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, we have moved the ministry from almost being flatlined. There's some life again inside of the ministry. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the technical persons within the Ministry of Housing and Lands and Rural Development are doing a fantastic job. I have been obviously involved in an intimate way through management meetings, through other meetings, to see what is happening within the ministry. And I'm really, really pleased to report that again, there's life in Country Road at the Ministry of Housing and Lands. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the constituency of St. John. And again, I don't take this lightly. I am humbled by the fact that I'm here representing those persons from the constituency of St. John. And today, like all of us, we would want to stand here in this chamber and itemize and itemize and itemize the things that are happening within the constituency. But in 10 months, what this government would have achieved in 10 months, and you juxtapose that to 10 years of the last administration, it is like that old adage, Mr. Speaker, it's like chalk and cheese in terms of what this government would have achieved under the leadership of the Prime Minister. And we're asking the whole country to stay the course, and I too am asking those persons in St. John to stay the course, because there is light at the end of the tunnel coming in St. John. In a similar vein that this country is rising, I would have mentioned that the constituency of St. John is also rising. And earlier this year, 3 primary schools in St. John, all 3 primary schools in St. John received tablets. The class, 3 persons received tablets. And someone who was intimate to the process indicated, look, the last, I was going to say representative, Mr. Speaker, but that would be misleading the House. The last person that was the MP for St. John, I think that is the way how we should couch it, never ever came back and asked that the other schools in St. John or the schools in St. John be involved in this program. But I am promised that again next year those schools will benefit. Mr. Speaker, there's a group of 6 or 7 young persons that have formed what is being called the St. John Development Council to ensure that sports and culture is once again alive in the constituency of St. John. only last week, a road that was prepared more than 5 years ago in St. John was paved. And I would like to thank the ministers of MTW, the Honourable Member to my left, for the assistance. St. John is rising. And I'm asking the constituents of St. John to remember that even though bus fare at this time may seem to be a burden, measures are being put in place to mitigate that situation. Measures are being put in place to ensure that the impact is not as severe as they may believe. And I'm asking them to remember, Mr. Speaker, that in 9 years had passed before a 5% wage increase came their way. I'm asking the members, the constituents of St. John, Mr. Speaker, to remember that several of them are now again entering the gates of university without having to look for fees. So the reality is that their life again will take shape. I'm asking them to remember, Mr. Speaker, that the reverse tax credit was put in place to benefit them. I'm asking them to remember about the trust loan. I'm asking the pensioners to remember the increase. I'm asking them, Mr. Speaker, to stay the course, because this is not an easy journey. And I am suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that in this budget, the areas that benefit specifically, again, the constituents of St. John and by extension the wider Barbados. The proposed online service where you can stay at home and deal with your business without having to struggle in town. And I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, there are 12 or so computers within the community center at Gore Hill in St. John. And I'm hoping that those constituents who do not have access to the technology at home will be able to go to the resource center at Gore Hill St. John and be able to take care of all of their online transactions at that particular location. Mr. Speaker, the struggle of the passport, the fact that you will be able to do that online, the fact that the constituents of St. John, because most of us in here would have gone through the process of going and spending half a day in immigration to process a passport. The police certificate of character to be done online. And I'm asking again the constituents of St. John to embrace all of this and to stay the course with us, because there's light at the end of the tunnel. For those policyholders in St. John, you would have heard my Prime Minister articulate the fact that monies will be returned to those persons who were suffering for so many years under the Democratic Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, unemployment in St. John is a reality. And I'm hoping, and I know, that the First Jobs Initiative will also benefit those youngsters in St. John and maybe some of those who are retrenched. It is coming. The National Training Initiative, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister again articulated on Wednesday, is something that I am sure and I'm looking forward to, because I believe that it can dovetail into proposals that I have for the constituency of St. John. And if there's any chance that we can decentralize that training, then, Mr. Speaker, I believe that those persons in St. John will benefit from that. And I remember when initially 2 polyclinics, Mr. Speaker, was earmarked for the 24-hour service. And I remember asking that at some point in time, St. John be embraced in the process. And I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to report to the constituents of St. John, as they would have heard, that the David Thompson Polyclinic will now be one of those institutions that will move to 24-hour service. And then please, and I want to thank the honorable member for the city for that particular initiative coming to St. John. And there's more, because I was talking to the honorable member for the city about there's a gym that is now idle and dormant in that facility, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping in the not so distant future that that particular gym will be pressed into use, and that this angry father can benefit from that as well. I thank you, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that is balanced, as was stated by those who would have done all of the necessary analysis. I know that our Prime Minister would have spent hours and hours ensuring that when she come to this August chamber to deliver as she delivered on Wednesday, that the benefits in this particular program, the benefits in this budget, will redound to all of those who we believe should benefit. The safety nets are there to capture those persons who need help. And I fully, Mr. Speaker, support this budget. And with those few words, I am obliged, sir.
Honourable member for St. Philip North.
Speaker, thanks for the opportunity that you're allowing me to add my voice to the debate. I am indeed happy, very happy to support the budget. Anyone close to me knows that one of my pet peeves, I always say that I prefer a thief than a liar. A thief, at least you can put up your things. A liar, you don't know where you stand. And I today will speak the truth and nothing but the truth. A little bit of a confession, I'm not Catholic, but I'll do it now. At the beginning of this journey, when we found ourselves in this deep economic hole, the truth is I had doubts. I will be honest, I had doubts of some of the measures that we were taking. I will be the first. I know I must not be the only one here, but I will be first to admit it. I had doubts. But after Wednesday's budget, I have a renewed, buttress sense of hope that we will come out of this. I think generally the truth is, since maybe before elections there was always a hum and a murmur about how things are going, and the Prime Minister, or the now Prime Minister, is not doing a good job, and mumblings and mumblings. But as of Wednesday, there is what the Honourable Member for St. Philip West could probably help me. There's a quiet hush in the island. The complainers, the naysayers are quiet. The supporters have increased, and I think we are doing well thus far. In fact, we had the slogan "Mia Cares" on our t-shirts during elections, and I think the only reason I had "Mia Cares" and only Mia is because there wasn't enough space to add the rest of us. But the truth is, all of us care. All aboard. The Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, gave us tax ease. Everybody who pays taxes will now be paying lower taxes. Reverse tax credit, the number of people included there has now increased, so people have more money in their pockets to spend. Payment of tax refunds, I for one am happy about this, very happy about it. It will come in handy. One of the things that made me exceedingly happy is the CLICO fiasco will now be coming to an end. Over those years, I have had 2 patients that have died and will not be here to see the gains. One invested $120,000, the other invested $80,000 into the CLICO company. They will not be here to smile, but I'm sure that their relatives will benefit from it, and I applaud her for that. My hope is that some of the, I call it victims of the last administration, the BADC, who were sent home, those over 60 will be paid their just due. I have one of my constituents who has yet to be paid. Scanners in the port. I think that's a welcomed addition. It's not easy when you sit and hear a constituent that works at customs. When I asked the question, how are these guns getting in, she would say to me, and she did say to me, what would you do if you are a place of entry and a minister calls you up and says to you, do not search that package or container. That has happened in the last administration. So I'm glad that this 6% being searched would increase to much, much, much more than that. It is a shame. The entry of Ross University, the minute they landed, and I'm glad that they did, we were seeing gains. I have taxi drivers that are now getting money. Some of them will boast that they might get $600 a day sometimes. They have added to supermarkets. They've been spending money at nightclubs. They have been shopping, and it's wonderful. Everybody at every level, I'm sure some mayors are being hired, everybody at every level is gaining from the introduction of Ross University to our community. The introduction, one of my pet areas is education, apart from health, of course. But education, the introduction of safety officers, badly needed in our schools. Once upon a time, you would sit at home and know for sure that your child is comfortable at school. It really doesn't apply anymore. You still sit and bite your nails till 3 o'clock comes when you could pick them up. So I think that is a good initiative. The increase in social workers, the increase in guidance counselors, I applaud that. There's work being done in our schools, and I want to know, he's not here right now, but the Honourable Member for Christchurch West. The truth is, if nobody else in this chamber helps, he does. If I call him, he had given me permission to run a sidewalk from St. Mark's, who we all know I talk about a lot, St. Mark's Primary School up to the community center because the traffic is bad. The other way to go, there are pit bulls in the back, which recently they attacked a sheep in broad daylight, and that could have been one of our children. So I'm happy that he's approved. The money isn't there, but it's been approved. I just wanted to add that to that part. The encouragement of daycare facilities in places of employment, I brought that up a few weeks ago, and I applauded many parents, not only mothers, but many parents would be happy about this. My wish is that it was extend to Parliament. We don't have any place like that. We don't even have a sick bay, so maybe that will be considered later on. Paternity leave. I think many men have been waiting for this. At the same time, we have to institute it very carefully, because I know of many that do not contribute even when they're not at work. Maybe it will help to put it at the end of the maternity leave so that the transition for the baby going into nursery could be extended. But I like it. I like the idea. The member for the city, honourable member for the city, I really want to congratulate him on his good work in the Ministry of Health. I could not have done better, if I may pat myself on the back. He has seen, or we will be seeing, introduction as the honourable member for St. John, saying 24-hour polyclinic coverage in 2 of our polyclinics, and that is such a welcome initiative. It's not easy to go from St. Joseph or St. John or St. Philip even to the hospital, much less get an ambulance, but I know he'll rectify that as well. There has also been a move for, which I like, we had a lot of stick for it in the media, but for the fact that CARICOM nationals, not Barbadians, will be able to use the polyclinic services. Right now I have a constituent that I am, pardon the phrase, but seeing hell, now trying to get him looked at. He's out on the road half naked most times. I tried the polyclinic, they refuse to see him because he doesn't have the papers. I can't get him into the district hospital, I've tried. My only other option is to get him into the hospital, but that would mean putting him in my car and taking him. We have a lot of elderly here, Mr. Speaker, that the families have abandoned them. Children don't care anymore. I wish this were like the Philippines where we could charge some of these people, but unfortunately we're not. But I am glad to see that started. Maybe there will be some help from my constituents. I am not one of the people, and I'm not going to say lucky because I love where I am, who could boast that I have a ministry and boast about the things that my ministry is doing. I applaud the ones that have, and I'm fantastic. But I have some concerns. And we are doing things in St. Philip North. Like I remember St. John was saying, when you're kind to people and do kind things, somehow it feels wrong advertising it at their expense. But I have a few concerns. mind is top of my list. Like the Honourable Member again for St. John, he read my mind. My daughter was there the day before the shooting happened. I could have been that mother being called. Just the other day, a neighbor walking distance from me was stabbed to death. Right beside my property, somebody was held up at gunpoint. This is a serious situation, and it is hitting a little too close to home. We have people running into polyclinics with guns. Criminals are no longer afraid of the law. We have people shooting at police officers. In my mind, and then the public defends it. In my mind, if you shoot at a police officer, you should not live to tell about it. That is how I feel about it. Gross disrespect, they don't fear punishment, and somebody has to ask the hard questions. And I will make it my mission to ask the hard questions right now. The blocks, and I want to say congratulations to the work being done on the blocks, but I remember before or during elections, I wrote an article, a bit of research article on blocks. In the other countries, they don't call them blocks, but we have to face the stark reality that a lot of the criminals come from the blocks. I will be the first to say, and I'm sure somebody will kill me for it, but we have to face the harsh reality that a lot of the crime comes from the blocks. And I think it's a good thing when we can take them off the blocks. I think we need to take them off the blocks rather than patronizing the blocks with initiatives. Take them off the blocks, put them in the classroom setting, get rid of even the term blocks, and let us move on with this, because I will be honest, they're related. However much we would like to deny it, they're where the drugs come in or are used and sold, they're where the guns are used. Let it be real, people. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch, was it? West Central, he's doing a good job, but I really would like the term block knocked off. Bring them off of the block and do some of these measures. I don't like the block initiative. I don't like the block entrepreneurs. It already tarnishes the name of people. We need to get that over and done with and move on. The other question I want to ask, and you hear it a lot outside of this Honourable House, a lot. I don't hear it in here, but I will say, what has become of capital punishment? It cannot only be about the rights of the murderers, it has to be about the rights of the victims at some point. What has become of capital punishment? It is not easy for a mother or father or sister or brother hear that their relative was raped, dragged through a cane field, throat cut, foot cut off, and then Amnesty International will come and say you have to think about the murderer. We have too many lawyers around, many in here. What about capital punishment? I'm being asked that every day. I was never, as I said before, I was never a proponent of it, but I think drastic times deserve drastic measures. Let me be real, people. I really do. It cannot only be about these criminals. Prison, as I said before, is too easy. You know what they call in prison now, Mr. Speaker? St. Lucia. They actually say, oh, going up St. Lucia is like a vacation spot. Prison can't be so. You have to come out of prison and have a fear of going back. We need to make it tougher. We need to make it tougher. But I move on from that. I'm proud of the plans of the Minister of Agriculture, my neighbor in politics, Honourable Members for St. Philip South, about his initiative with respect to legalization of marijuana, medicinal marijuana. It's long in coming, and it will be useful, but I will lay my arguments on that at the appropriate time. Plans to take blackberry belly sheep rearing to a higher level. I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I'm not like a lot of them, I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in his speech made a few good suggestions. You know, because somebody is in opposition doesn't mean everything they say is rubbish. And I listened carefully. He made a lot of good suggestions. One of them that came up was the black belly, the leather for the black belly sheep. I know somebody here, a constituent, makes bags and the handles are made of black belly sheep leather. And I think that would take us a far, far level, especially with exports. What about rabbit rearing, on the other hand? There are many young people, that's the easy one of the, after the estimates, and they had asked a question about rabbits. As soon as I got home, I got an email from one of the members on the panel giving me information about rabbit rearing. How, for example, I think the figure is $1,200, could be made from one doe in a year. And I think we need to incorporate that. Rabbit skins, I'm sure, can be made useful. Rabbit meat is one of the healthiest meats you could find, barring religious constrictions. I think we need to focus that. We need to get to the kitchen gardeners, the householders. Small backyard farmers are important. We need training there. Not enough emphasis to me is placed on the small backyard, not necessarily small farmers, but the small backyard farmers. There's a lot that can be done in a small space. There's hydroponics, which the Honourable Member, Minister of Agriculture, tell you about. There's aquaponics. Now I have a little aquaponics thing set up in my own backyard, tilapia and all that, and it's producing fruit, meaning vegetables and so on. Aquaponics, tilapia. I will talk to you about it later. You could put up your own. Pardon? You don't know what you're eating when you get out of the ground. But we cannot ignore the innovative ideas of some of our young people. I met a young lady recently, and I'm sure the Honourable Minister of Agriculture did too. But I'm not going to lie to you, I was a little disappointed. She has agreed to donate. Let me begin by saying she has a charity. She has donated 2 acres of her land to commit to having not only that eco-friendly, she's going to the building will be made out of repurposed containers, solar energy, everything. She just needs the funding. We have to embrace people like this, and I'm going to do my best to see that she gets the funding, whether it be by government or otherwise. That will be where I'll be spending my next week. The proposal is excellent, and we cannot ignore people like this. They count. The other thing I would like to hear more on, when the Honourable Member for St. Philip South speaks, is what are the plans for predial larceny. One of the things, yes, we have agricultural lots from government that people rent. Am I correct? A lot of them, some of them live a little distance from where the ground is, and they're open to predial larceny. I have a ground in front of my house, and the owner sits in a Suzuki van at night to stop this from happening. And this is the same area that people being robbed at gunpoint. I would like to know what the plans are with respect to predial larceny, preventing it, or the punishments. And I move on more to include St. Philip. Now, I'm not going to say St. Philip which part, but the whole of St. Philip in my mind with respect to the tourism product. I think St. Philip is one of the unique, I don't think you can find anything else in the island that looks like St. Philip with respect to tourism. We have a lot of areas that people don't even know about. We have, and you know, they probably won't take, most of them won't take much money to renovate. I doubt. Some of them only want a letter and a stamp. But we have the Quaker burial ground, which I did not know even existed to elections in Church Village. It has almost run to ruin. We need to get back on that. I'm imagining a tourist driving through St. Philip. It can't only be about Oystons and the West Coast. Driving through St. Philip, we have the Quaker burial ground. We have St. Philip Parish Church with some of the oldest graves you will find. We have King George V Memorial Park, which I have written well, no, I haven't written. I want to speak to the Minister of St. Michael East with respect to having that repaired and use. This is a place that is beautiful for Kim, not only for children to play, but you can use it for weddings. You can make money off of it, however little. We have a beautiful full pond. I don't remember seeing anything like it in Barbados, but in Bayfield. Lily pads, migratory birds, many of which I've never ever seen on the island. I've written the same minister, member for St. Michael East, on the possible donation of some park benches. The residents want to develop it a little more. Tourists can come through there. Like the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I'm really sorry to see Sam Lars Castle go. But we have to do what we have to do. But that was a heritage site. I remember when we had family and friends coming into the island, that was one of the first places we went, the history of Sam Lars, and my dad was so proud to tell it. And the Merryman's batting it out about the history of Sam Lars. I think it's so sad that our children and children's children, that will become lost to them. But as I said, we have to do what we have to do. But we have Sam Lars Castle. Tree Houses Park, a relatively new park, but it's patronized every weekend by all our other boys. And the person that, I am not sure she donated it or if we acquired it, Florence Dish. I think the park, like many of the residents in the area, think that it should be renamed after Florence Dish. This was the lady, she and her family owned the land from Sanford to Thickets to Supers to Bliss Hill, all of that area, and the park now sits on that property. And it's not only about the land, but she was helpful. I did a little research over the last couple of weeks. I'm not done. But she contributed to the old scholars movement up there. She contributed, she even formed, I think she formed, what's the word? I'm missing it. But where they, at two of the churches, they used to feed disadvantaged babies, which she took part of. She used to donate the mahogany for the fishermen at Skeets Bay to build their boats, and I think it's deserving of it, but we'll discuss that with the member for St. Michael East. But I think it's a worthwhile project we have to have, and I'm sorry he's not here, but it has to be about our people, our Barbadians. We cannot only recognize when, I want to put this nicely, we cannot only recognize when royalty of a different color come into the country and we have our people line the streets, when we have our local heroes here to do the same. Our children need to identify with people that look like them as well. Not to say that royalty, they don't have their place, but we have to, as the young people say or used to say, big up our own. And these are the things that I'm getting at. Speaking of Skeets Bay, moving on to the, as he likes to say, the only minister of the blue economy in the world, and I choose to take that how he wants to take it. But he mentioned, to you, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned his work, and I'm congratulating him for it, his work with all the fish markets around the island. But I don't think I fell asleep. I don't think I left the room. But I don't remember him mentioning Skeets Bay. Kudos to him for taking me up, accompanying me up there to have a look at the area, but there is no mention of Skeets Bay. I will talk about it, because this is the bay, well, I've known it, people have been patronizing this when it was open, it's run to ruin. This is a bay that has solar energy for electrical supply. What's happening? Honourable member for the blue economy, through you, Mr. Speaker, what is happening with Skeets Bay? I'm being asked that every day, what is happening? The jetty is useless, but I'm sure everything in the world can be fixed. We planning to build islands in the sea, a jetty could fix, though. What's happening? All of this is our tourism product. It can't be only about oysters. People go to oysters for food at night. Why can't Skeets Bay be the same thing? Also, we have a tourist attraction, the East Point Lighthouse. Honourable member, through you, the Speaker. We have East Point Lighthouse. I have a constituent out there, God rest her soul. She fought with the last administration for plans to develop, she's an archivist, PhD, to develop the East Point Lighthouse. She brought it to me. I brought it to the relevant people, the people responsible for the port, and you know who that minister is. Haven't heard a thing about it, where she would develop a museum up there. Lighthouses have a rich history. There are societies in the world that celebrate lighthouses. St. Philip East Point Lighthouse is one of these. It was renovated through no cost to the government, as far as I know. This lady secured, before she died, $40,000 of funding to go towards it. And I would love to see, before I die or get out of politics or get out of this term, that something is written down somewhere that we can honor her memory. She is deserving of it. And it is in St. Philip North, and I will fight for it hard. These are the kind of places we have in St. Philip North. And I refuse to be left out because I do not have a ministry. I just refuse it. We got to get real with these things. That has been sitting there. There are constituents there are constituents in St. Philip North, a whole family, most of them, if not all, just the father died, that grew up in the lighthouse. There's about more than 12 of them grew up in the lighthouse. They know all the history. We can't just let that run to ruin. Tourists can come in there, we can get some money, it's almost too annoying to talk about, but we have to do something about it.
Honourable member, you're not asking rhetorical questions. You're asking them direct of the minister.
I'm asking through you.
Oh, yes, I just want to
some of them, sorry, Mrs. B, but some of them are not even rhetorical, some are statements.
Right, I just wanted for the record to reflect that.
Great. But that is basically where I'm seeing St. Philip North going. I think we are making headway. I agree with all of the measures of the budget. Yes, there are the bus fares, which in my mind, the group that may affect most are the people that have now been added to the people that were already on the reverse tax credit, because they have not had, unless if they're government workers, they had the increase already. There won't be too much government workers, but they're the people that were hit, the people that were already having the reverse tax credit, because that's an extra cost. But the truth is, the majority of people, and the truth is, bus fares, the raising of bus fares has been long in coming. I think we have one of the cheapest rates ever, but we do, and it really is time to carry out the rates. But by the same token, and I know that there's plans in the foot, by the same token, if you raise the bus fares, you supply the buses. That's simple maths. And I know that we have plans to do that. The thing that will hurt some people, middle class, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was saying, is the land taxes. That being said, these same people will be paying less tax, which means you should have more disposable income to pay the land tax with money left over. So it works out all around. So really and truly, before I forget, the work on the schools, the plans, and you know I'm going to say this here, during elections, the Honourable Prime Minister gave me permission to commit to a new school in St. Philip. I know we don't have the money, but I have not forgotten. But work is being done, and the Honourable Member for St. John had forgotten to tell you, which I will put in now, and I am invested in it because I have almost 60%, 70% of my patients come from St. John. And I'm beginning to see increased incidences of asthma and mold-related problems. The St. John School is riddled with mold. And I would hate to come in here and tell you that one of your constituents, she was a nice girl, but she died of asthma. I think that needs to be addressed really urgently. The children are getting sick, teachers are getting sick, other staff is getting sick, and that has to be addressed urgently. But as I said, overall, I am happy with the budget, and I am proud to support it. And as I said, I'm proud to have this renewed hope that I feel, and I wish, and I hope, and I really believe that we will continue in this vein till we see Barbados back up and running. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am grateful for this opportunity today to speak or make my contribution to this budget. As I sat there, I thought, though, that is coincidental, Mr. Deputy Leader of Government Business, that the three persons to speak one behind each other this morning, the Honourable Member for St. John, the Honourable Member for St. Philip North, and the Honourable Member for St. Lucie, the three seats which many people in Barbados did not believe that they could be won by the Barbados Labour Party. That were long in coming. And to my left, of course, he spoke last night, but St. Philip West as well. This tells you what is possible. And it is in this vein this morning that I speak firm in the knowledge that the people, the wonderful people of St. Lucie, areas such as Avis Town and Swampy Town, and Grenadines and Rock Hall and Hope Road and Pike Corner, and Bourbon, those places that a lot of people don't necessarily call or know about. But those are some of the districts that have contributed to me being here today. And they have sent me here, the entire constituency of St. Lucie and those areas in St. Peter like Oxford and Tree Hill and Alexandria and the West that are also part of my constituency. And I share with the member for St. Peter. They have sent me here this morning with a clear message that we intend and they intend to stay the course. On Wednesday, we sat, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, and we listened as thousands of Barbadians at home and abroad listened intently for 5+ hours to a masterful, comprehensive, and informative presentation by the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael North East. She gave an overview. As a matter of fact, I can't even call it an overview. She gave a comprehensive report to this nation, telling them where we were, what we've had to go through, bringing us to this point, and then taking us forward. That was the presentation by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, our Prime Minister. Balanced and fair, Mr. Speaker. It was like a breath of clean, fresh air. I felt like I was standing on top of the cliff at Cove Bay, or Little Bay, or Outgoat House, or even by River Bay, Mr. Speaker, sir. Such was that presentation of our economic position. And what is interesting, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the first message, WhatsApp message I got from a young lady in my constituency when I opened my eyes on Thursday morning, she said, "What do you do to get into politics?" That was not the question in the last 10 years. Everybody want to know what you do to get out. But after that presentation, Mr. Speaker, this was the first question I was asked. The measures introduced were well thought out and geared towards stimulating growth in our economy. It has just been, in another 2 days, Mr. Speaker, we will celebrate 10 months of being elected as a government. We have stated on several occasions what we have inherited. And sometimes there are a couple of things that need repeating, because as we put measures in place, the tough measures that we've had to put in place, and not just tough measures, because we have also balanced it. We've also balanced it, Mr. Speaker, with measures for growth and helping ordinary people in this country. But we must remind, and I'm going to remind Barbadians of a couple of things here today. I'm going to remind them, because up to this day, despite all that we have discovered in the last 10 months, Mr. Speaker, we are still discovering some things. And you wonder, how could a government, how could a set of people sit in a parliament responsible for running a country, responsible for looking out the welfare of those people in the city and the people in St. Thomas and the constituents in St. John and all across this country, those people who trust us to take care of them. How could a government do the things that they would have done, not caring about the welfare and the well-being of people? But this government that will be 10 years old, 10 months old, she said, so let me do 10 years work already. Yeah, and perhaps we have done a lot. We've done a lot, despite the challenges from within, in terms of what we found, and the external challenges that we have, that we are faced with as we go forward. Despite all of that, Mr. Speaker, we have stood the test, and we have taken some decisions in the best interest of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, might be a bit painful for now, but you know of the old Buckleys. Don't taste good, but it works. It might be little Buckleys that we are administering, but we can guarantee you that will take care. And this is not just a cough that the country had, you know. The country had a stroke, pneumonia, all sorts of things. And I would have to get the member from St. Michael Northwest to give me some of those descriptive terms. But we economically comatose. But we say to Barbadians, stay the course. Stay the course, because despite all of that, you can imagine that we have had to come to office. And in 10 short months, the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, member for St. Michael Northeast, and this team, we have put together, we have had to come to government. And this budget announced that with $39 million, 39 million, not cents, not 39 cents, $39 million to repay income tax refunds from 2011 to 2016. And you had a government that took the national debt from 6 billion to 15-point-something billion, increase of 9 billion. And still people were owed all these sorts of monies all about the place. 116 million in corporation tax and VAT returns. In 10 months, this administration has been able to come to this parliament and tell the people of Barbados, this is what we are going to do for you during the course of this year. That is why I tell you that we feel sometimes we have already worked 10 years already, but we are doing a lot. We're doing a lot. Clico! Clico, I remember Clico well because I sat in the bank down the road where I worked by the lights near to Woolworth. I sat in my chair at work. I could say so now, because I can't fire me. I hear. But I listened. When the Clico fiasco broke, when the no confidence motion was brought to this house, I heard a former Prime Minister of recent times talk about how he should be punished with laughter. I listened to budget debate after budget debate, and I heard the former Minister of Finance talk all sorts of things. Every budget debate was something different. We're doing this with Clico, we're doing that with Clico, we're going to be this, we have a settlement and all of that. Yet this administration that will be 10 months old on Sunday, the 24th of May 2019, has had to come, and 10,000 policyholders at least will get $20,000 each in this budget. After a government took up $10 million through the central bank, and we learned here today, I was surprised to learn on Wednesday, that another $45 million was taken. Ain't come through this parliament, and the body didn't know about it. And these are some of the things that we have had to deal with that have taken place in this country, and yet we are in a position today through astute leadership and great teamwork from this Barbados Labour Party team. This government will go down in history as one of the best governments in Barbados. I am confident of that because of the work that we have done already and we will do in years to come. Reverse tax credits. Reverse tax credit, looking at, you remember, and let me talk about this because I say to you that there are people that forget. There are people that forget. You remember that the past administration cut the reverse tax credit from $1,300 to $650? And you remember that when they did that, they still did not pay people? And one of the things they do to fool people as if Barbadians are ignorant, you educate people and then they try to treat them as though they are stupid. Just before the last election, then they bring it back to $1,300 as a vote catching measure. But the people of Barbados say, yeah, you catching votes. Yeah, we got votes. For where we got votes and we know what we're doing with them. Adjustment in the income tax bands such that ordinary people will benefit, and the people in the middle class who are hardest hit will benefit from such. And the compensatory income credit that people can look forward to next year. All the taxes that you pay at some point in time between a particular band you will get back. This government, Mr. Speaker, sir, has performed above and beyond expectations. Because Barbadians, I know there's some who did not think that it could happen. They did not think that it could happen. One thing they believe they knew though, and this is evidence, Mr. Speaker, in what they did at the polls. They knew that nobody could do worse than the last administration. Nobody could do worse than the last administration. So they say, look, take all. Let's create history. And history will be repeated because, as I said, we will be the best government, the most productive government in the history of this country. I feel it in my bones and I'm happy to be part of it, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk now, Mr. Speaker, for a few minutes because I know time goes very quickly. I saw when the Honourable Member for St. George South when it was heating up. The engine of the plane had just heated up, where you could take off and you had to pull back the throttle. Deputy Speaker said to him to land, but Mr. Speaker, before you tell me to land, I want to be all in order in the house, I can get on.
You know, sometimes the helicopter, this can't land. That's why I ask the pilot
It hovers.
all the time. The memory for St. Michael East is very familiar with the helicopter hovering and hovering and hovering because it's with the inability to land.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to talk a bit about the Ministry of Transport Works and Maintenance. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve, Mr. Speaker, sir, in that ministry. It is a ministry that touches perhaps every aspect of development in Barbados, in every single area. The Ministry of Agriculture asks us to do something. The Ministry of Small Business, we are there. The Ministry of People Empowerment, we are there. Whether it's road, bridges, whatever. The Ministry of Transport, buildings, building maintenance, the Ministry of Transport and Works is there, has a role to play. Mr. Speaker, sir, we found in the ministry what, in my view, was total chaos. Everything perhaps was at a standstill. And the thing that bothered me, Mr. Speaker, because as an ordinary citizen, I wasn't a member of parliament then, but as an ordinary citizen, I would drive sometimes as I pass through my constituency or pass through other constituencies. I would see these men and women sitting down under a tree or by a pole. And I said, but these people here, so that's how you work for the government money? I would say that. But Mr. Speaker, little did I know, and that is why sometimes it's good to investigate before you open your mouth, that these men and women went to work every day to do a job, to do their work, for progress to be made in this country and the little communities across this country. Fixing the little roads here and the little sidewalks here. And a couple, I'm making like better for people in Station Hill, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Not Station Hill, St. Lucie.
No, that station, there's a station in St. Peter, not
Right,
St. Lucie.
so not Station Hill in another constituency, but
Station Hill
in St. Michael
the constituency of St. Michael Central.
I just want to
Let me make that clear for you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I just want clarification.
Yes, sir. But when you checked, Mr. Speaker, based on what we found, as these men and women went to work, they had no equipment. No equipment to work with. Like I said, the one they had at the depot at Charles Hall in St. Lucie, the one piece of equipment that had the bobcat that had down there, Mr. Speaker, I up to now can't find it. So if that was abracadabra, boom, boom. So it looks now, Mr. Speaker, the only piece of equipment that they had there disappeared. And so a little word that somebody could have done, push away a little grass from by the side of the road, they can't do anything at all. And Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of going through some constituencies like St. George and in St. Philip, the three St. Philip constituencies, and St. Peter too. And everywhere we looked, there was bush. Every time PM, the Honourable Prime Minister came to cabinet, Ministry of Transport and Works, she would look to her left and then look to her right. Ministers, there's bush from Spring Garden, there's bush coming down this road, and there's bush coming down that road. Mr. Speaker, sir, but we ain't had the equipment to do it. But the Prime Minister, she gave us $10 million to purchase equipment. And we went in the ministry and we looked and we found another $5 million that we could use. I am happy to report to this chamber today, equipment start to come in. And we expect that the equipment, all the equipment that we require, will be in by September later down in this year, and then we will work and work and work and work in the interest and the betterment of Barbadians. That is what is required. That is why we are here. I went into the depot in St. Lucie at Chance Hall, and I've been to other depots as well. The one Golden Ridge in St. George, Jerusalem, in St. Peter and Bagatelle depot. Spoken to officers in the St. Philip area, responsible for the St. Philip area as well. And they had a chat, because I believe that in order, if you want to get the best out of your people, you got to build a relationship. And people feel good, workers feel good when they see their ministers come and have a little chat with them and say hello to them and see how they're doing and so on. And that is how we work in the ministry. From time to time. And I went into the depot at Chance Hall in St. Lucie on Wednesday morning. No, I didn't went looking for the bobcat. That's the last case. But I had some dialogue with the workers there, and they were indeed happy. They were indeed happy to see me again. You know, and these are some of the things that we will be doing over a period of time, periodically at various depots across this country, just to touch base with the workers, you know, and hear them, hear what they have to say, and so on, and to encourage them to motivate as we are motivating them, and encouraging them and showing them that as ministers, as a government, that we care. And we are interested in them. We don't just want them to work, but we are interested in them and their well-being. And those persons, the same things I talk about, those persons mentioned, and they said, we are willing and ready to work. We are willing to go. We just need some equipment. And I was able to assure them, because of what this government has done and the Honourable Prime Minister has given this ministry, we were able to assure them that equipment is on its way. And soon you'll be able to come to work and do your job and make your contribution to the national development of this country and help in the various communities, some of which those same people live in. You know what it is to live in a community and work in an area where you can help that community, but you can't do nothing because your hand tight. You can imagine that as the Member of Parliament for St. Lucie. And St. Lucie got some of the worst roads across this country. And you can imagine that after my first term as Member of Parliament, that not a road get fixed in St. Lucie. The people in St. Lucie would have the right to tell me, man, look, go on home, you ain't do nothing. Huh? So when you live, or you are responsible for areas, I'm sure the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central, with the blocks there, and I can talk about that a bit later, and the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, agricultural belt, they have a lot of agricultural land in St. Philip, and if you don't do something as the Minister of Agriculture, if you don't do something that people in your constituency and other constituencies across Barbados can benefit in terms of agriculture, people will have the right to say, well, look, you have not served us well, go home. And they know that none of us intend for that to happen. because I see it every day in cabinet, even as Prime Minister leads us, that every man has a shoulder to the wheel, the hands on the plow, and we're working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to touch on transportation because I got to deal with that. Everyone, and I'm going to talk about the transport board, but let me talk about the transportation system, because I think we need to fix the system. The transportation is not just about the transport board. It's not just about the transport. It is the system of transport, how we move around, how we get to and fro, and there's some things that we need, Mr. Speaker, to fix, because if the system is fixed, we can increase productivity in this country. Persons need to get from point A to point B in a timely and a safe manner. And we have to do, Mr. Speaker, sir, all the things that are required. Movement of people across this country is absolutely important. Absolutely. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the Ministry of Transport, Works and Maintenance, we are about to bring what you call the Transport Augmentation Project, or the TAP, where we will be using, because we know we have a bus problem. In no sense shying around it and so on. There is an issue with the buses. And I can tell you why there's a bus problem. I can tell you why, or if you don't know, I can remind you. The last set of buses were bought between 2005 and 2006, Mr. Speaker, sir. Not another bus was bought thereafter. But in that period of time, Mr. Speaker, sir, people responsible spent time fattening their pockets and seeing what the latest big ride that they can use, that they can have, without looking and dealing with the problems of the ministry or the problems of the transport board. And we as a new government have been left to shoulder that responsibility and to fix it, but we have learned how to do that, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the TAP, or the Transport Augmentation Project that we are bringing, Mr. Speaker, we will be utilizing, bringing minibuses and so on to work in the terminals, be part of the transport system. They will carry the transport board brand, Mr. Speaker. They will play the same routes. They will play routes because we are also doing route rationalization as well. They will be allowed, as a transport board bus does, children will be allowed to ride on them free, those that are part of the TAP, not every minibus, but those, there are persons who have come and said, yes, we want to be part of this. As a matter of fact, I got a WhatsApp message this morning in Parliament from an owner that said they were willing to be part of the TAP. Senior citizens will be allowed to ride it. In other words, everything that you do on the transport board bus, because we're bringing them as part of that system, you will be able to do on these buses, minibuses that are part of the TAP program, Mr. Speaker, sir. But before we do that, because we will be using the terminals, before we do that, we are not a reckless administration, because I know and I heard a previous administration got up, a minister of finance got up and said ZRs and minibuses go to transport board depots to fill up with diesel, which was against the law. Because Transport Board was not entitled to sell diesel based on the law. So before we get, Mr. Speaker, sir, those minibuses and ZRs and so on going into the terminals, we have to deal with the legislation and get the laws in place, and that is what we are working on now. And I'm certain it will go to cabinet and it will be here before this Parliament to get it in place, and then we will roll out, Mr. Speaker. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Philip North talk about the bus fares, but we got to get the buses. The TAP program is designed to assist with the transportation. You being used similarly as buses, so that will all come together, I assure you, Honourable Member for St. Philip North. So there will be the use of the terminals, by whether they're ZRs, whether they are minibuses. We are working on that because Barbados' transportation system and what happens now has to be cleaned up. We held a national consultation on domestic transport, the first, this ministry, the first of its kind, on March the 11th, where we spoke and we listened to all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders. We had presentations from the person at the University, the West Indies, and so on, talking to us about what we will see. And it does not stop there, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in the coming weeks we are going to have about 6 town hall meetings across this country, and that those times will be announced. And I want to say to members of Parliament, because we will invite the members of Parliament and whoever in the areas that the catchment to come and make their contributions to town hall meetings on the transportation, because when we are finished, everybody would have had a say, and we want to put together what is the best for Barbados in terms of transport, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we got the town hall meetings coming. We had the national, the consultation was a good consultation. We learned a lot, Mr. Speaker. So the town hall meetings will follow shortly. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would be remiss of me if I did not speak a bit on the bus fares. And for someone representing a constituency in the rural area, perhaps the farthest away from Bridgetown, I have to speak because I have to bring comfort to my constituents, those who put me here, and let them know that things are being put in place, because we will have a bus transfer, we will have a transfer system as well. You heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, my minister, talk about discounted rates and so on. We are doing things that would help everybody. And do not forget, the truth is, bus fares were last increased almost 27, 30 years ago by 50 cents. And we have some of the cheapest or the lowest in Barbados. And I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, Leader of Opposition, criticize the fact that we had to increase bus fares. But I know that he knows in his heart of hearts he knows that it was necessary. He knows that we come, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a transport board that is spending 65 to 70 million a year and only bring in a 20 million. A deficit of 45, in some instances of $50 million a year. And the truth is that a government, it is not sustainable. and we will fix, because the bus fares are not the only, there are other things that need to be done, that we are working on, have to be done, because look.
I remember you should start getting close to the launch.
Declaring the land?
Yes, please. You can start. You can put down the landing gear, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But the deficit at the Transport Board, Mr. Speaker, is not sustainable. And there are other things that we are putting, and look, let me tell you, the Transport Board, the truth about Transport Board, right? I think the Transport Board was destroyed. Was destroyed by the last administration of the past 10 years. Just like the Ministry of Housing and National Housing Corporation. Because you know nothing was done at National Housing, not a unit was built in the last 5 years. The first 5 years of a certain minister, and it is ironic, Mr. Speaker, it is ironic that the same minister that presided over the National Housing Corporation, the Ministry of Housing between 2008 and 2013, is the same minister that presided over the Transport Board between 2013 and 2018. With the same results.
Honourable member, please wind up, because you are not landing, so wind up.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the people of Barbados and the people in those rural constituencies which I represent, trust us. You have trusted us thus far. Continue to trust us because we are working in your best interest. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say to my constituents in St. Lucie, because I must mention them briefly, Mr. Speaker, you have sent me here to represent you, and that I shall continue to do. Already there have been benefits, Mr. Speaker, from programs offered by the Ministry of Youth and Community.
Honourable member. Yes, please. I have been patient with you.
I'm landing, Mr. Speaker, sir. But you see, Mr. Speaker, will help me if I tell me I had 2 minutes. I ain't got no more time.
I said that 5 minutes ago, honourable member.
All right, Mr. Speaker, sir. Moving on.
Not moving on.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time, your patience, your indulgence. I want to thank all those in the ministry, Mr. Speaker, and based on my, if I could sing, I would sing Better Days Are Coming, but I'm not a singer. But based on my Christian upbringing, I can quote from Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 11. The race is not to the swift, neither the battle to the strong, but those that endure to the end. Mr. Speaker, Barbadians, stay the course. We got this. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I stand to lend my voice and my support to this financial statement and these budgetary proposals that have been presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for St. Michael Northeast. Mr. Speaker, this evening I have the honour to go to share some thoughts at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, the Honourable Centre, to commemorate International Women's Day, which was earlier this month. On the topic of growth and development as if equity matters. And the reason I chose that topic relates to what was presented by the Honourable Prime Minister on Wednesday. And it is the fact that, yes, we need stabilization and we need recovery, and we, in fact, must have and will have transformation. But that the growth and development that this Barbados Labour Party administration, that this government is targeting and will see requires us to put people at the center and requires us to know who are those people and what are their needs and how we can best address them. But sir, as I was preparing those few words to deliver later this evening, I reviewed a talk that I also gave almost 2 years ago now, the Grantley Adams Memorial Lecture in 2017. And in that discussion, I spoke humbly about what was my vision for a new development model in Barbados, a new transformation, a new era, an understanding of why we need a brand new path. So today, sir, I feel absolutely privileged that first, the good people of St. Michael South Central, and then the Honourable Prime Minister, have allowed me to be a part of a Barbados Labour Party government that is ushering in a new and bold era of transformation in this country. I feel privileged and honored. And truthfully, 3 years ago, when I started this journey, and when I sat with colleagues who are in this honorable chamber today and talked about why we need something different and new, unprecedented, I really could not have imagined that I would have the great privilege to contribute to that and to watch it unfold in short time, in 10 months, before my very eyes. So I stand here today, sir, as a humble and privileged servant of St. Michael South Central and the people of this country. Wednesday's budget, for me, was, yes, about describing that arc of stabilization, of growth, and of transformation. But sir, for me, it was primarily about making wrong things right for the people of this country. Even though we were not the ones that did the wrong. Because sir, that is governance. There is one government, there is one state. And I am similarly pleased, sir, to be a part of a Barbados Labour Party administration that understands that you may not have broken it, but we have a duty to the people of this country to fix it. But not only are we correcting those misdeeds because right is right, but we are using that process as an opportunity to grow this economy and this country in new ways. We are using it, sir, as an opportunity to help people live, to give Barbadians a piece of the action. It is not just about corrective measures. It is about using them as a platform for transformation, and that is the genius, sir, of the budget presentation that was made by the Honourable Prime Minister on Wednesday. The $39 million that goes to repaying those 63,000 households that were not able to get an income tax refund between 2011 and 2016, sir, is making wrong things right. But not only that, it is an opportunity now, by injecting those resources into the economy, to allow the economy to grow, to allow people to have money in their pockets to spend on the things that they need, to have money in their pockets to be able to broaden the range of choices that they have. Government is not only about the choices we make, it is about the choices that we give to other people. Making that second lump sum payment to pensioners that we will do within a week from today. And many of them who have spoken to me in St. Michael South Central, some who have received and who have yet to receive, but who are staying the course with this government because they can see that change is happening. That is about making wrong things right. Repaying the CLECOR policyholders, sir, is about making a huge and gross injustice right. We did not cause the wrong, sir, but we are making the choice to right it. The contract renegotiation, sir, those expensive, untendered public contracts, and the fact that the renegotiation is going to save us $25 million. The member for St. George South will be able to tell me how many trust loans is that. The member for St. Lucie will be able to tell me how many buses is that. Because, sir, we get in here and we call numbers, but these numbers mean something. There is a cost of corruption and mismanagement. And for every cent that was frittered away, somebody in this country, somebody in my constituency, sir, or yours, went without. We are here to make wrong things right. My only regret, sir, my only regret after Wednesday is that after the Honourable Prime Minister gave us 5.5 hours of a masterful, inspired presentation. You heard the Honourable Member for St. Lucie say somebody called him and asked him how to get into politics. That is what inspiration is. Because when I came to this a couple years ago, people asked me what I was doing. It was no longer an honorable thing to be a politician after the last 10 years that we saw, after those examples that we had. And I was so pleased to hear that intervention from the honorable member, because it says to me that this Barbados Labour Party administration is doing something right to inspire the next generation of young people. But the only regret, sir, that I have is that after the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, the Honourable Prime Minister made that inspired presentation, she came back dutifully the next day and sat attentively to be met with the reply which we were met with yesterday. But that can't be right. You know, I grew up in Carrington Wesleyan on Welch's there in St. Michael South Central. That's the church that I went to. Great church. And during that time, growing up as a young person, we talked about the idea of being unequally yoked. Do not go and put yourself with somebody that cannot match you in values, in execution, in delivery. My only regret, Wednesday, sir, that the Prime Minister found herself the following day unequally yoked. You know, at church in those days, sometimes when you like a fellow and you don't want to be unequally yoked, so you're going to bring her to church. Just so I've been told. I don't know, but so I've been told. And so you take it to church and, you know, you get the altar call, everybody heads bowed and eyes closed, and you got one eye open to see if you're going up, because you don't want to be unequally yoked. But sir, sometimes it may have worked, I'm told, I don't know. But sometimes, sir, not even the hand of God can bring light where there is not the capacity to be enlightened. I don't know if that's what happened in the reply. But sir, I have come and risen today to perhaps help to bring a little bit of light to that state of unenlightenment that was displayed yesterday. So the constituency that I have the distinct honor to represent has some challenges. And many of the residents face challenges similar to the ones that I did growing up. And We have spoken in this chamber, we've heard in this chamber, and I was moved and inspired by the intervention from the member from St. John about what is happening in our communities. It did not happen overnight, and it is not a question of counting and see when this administration started, and sadly how many young people have lost their lives since May 24th, because nobody pressed the button May 24th and caused people to start doing what they've been doing. It is not about that. It is about understanding that when you fail to invest in young people, this is what can happen. It's about understanding when you spend $3 million on catering, instead of engaging young people who feel that they've not been engaged, this is what can happen. There is a cost of corruption and mismanagement, sir. So, sir, these issues are very dear and important to me as someone who represents areas that are so challenged, where we have young people that regrettably are making some missteps. But they're not the missteps that we may have seen, or the nature of the missteps that we may have seen on the Honourable Member for St. Michael South and I growing up, and going to football in the Pine and dancing at Pinelands in the early 90s, when people were throwing rocks and throwing sticks. People are using automatic weapons. You cannot undo that. So, sir, it is very important to me, therefore, and I'm very pleased to be able to be a part of the kinds of projects like the Constitution River project, flood mitigation project, to which the Prime Minister spoke in her remarks on Wednesday, that are not only about removing some of the flooding issues from that Halls Road area, and removing the fact that when there's a stagnation of water and a buildup and an overgrowth of bush, mosquitoes start to breed and people get uncomfortable and their children are exposed to disease. That is what has been happening in that area. And so this project that has $8.5 million to spend on making improvements to the area, on dredging, making sure that there's proper flow, will not only remove that issue, sir, but through this project we are going to be able to demonstrate what we mean when we talk about planning gains. What we mean when we say that if you are going to be a part of the benefit and the bounty of this new transformed, productive, prosperous Barbados, you're going to have to bring people and communities along. And so this is one public sector project, sir, that is seeking to do that. Because what we are seeking to do through that is not just to do the regular works that will remove the flood problem, but to enhance and beautify the area. So that when we make sure that the water is aerated, that people can come and recreate in that space and they can bring their kayaks like they do on the other side, by the Constitution Bridge side, and go up and down, and they have somewhere, they have benches and trees, and the place feels good and looks nice to bring their families and to bring their children. But further, sir, that we are also looking at creating space for commercial activity, legitimate space for commercial activity. It is important for the development of these communities. Now, as the Honourable Member for St. George South said in his intervention, we have for too long had this idea of legitimate private sector, illegitimate private sector. And if you're in a big fancy building with air conditioning, you're a private sector. But if you choose to go and sell something that you have made, you are not. We have criminalized entrepreneurship in this country by making it hard for these people to feel and to be legitimate and legal, because there's nowhere to go. Not only has there been nowhere to go, but it's been so difficult to go through the bureaucracy of making yourself legitimate and regularizing your status that people got to live. And I am not saying that people do not have to comply. They do. But we have to make it easy and possible for those people who want to comply to so do. And that's one of the activities as part of this project, that we look at developing legitimate space, comfortable space for commercial activity. And that is one of the things that I am privileged and happy that as part of this project in the investment division that within which I work, that we will be able to deliver this to that area and to the surrounding areas. In private projects, sir, as I mentioned, these would be considered planning gains. And planning gains mean really that you have an opportunity to grow your business, to develop your business, and to make profit. And for that, you need to similarly invest in the community of which you are going to be a part. And that's why I am so excited about the redevelopment of the Bridgetown area and of the greater Carlisle Bay area that is anticipated as part of the new physical development plan, and that in the latter half of April of next month, we will be hosting both local and international investors to be able to look at how they can contribute to that. Sir, this redevelopment is about the development of hotels on the beach side of coastal roads, which are currently developed in quite narrow strips. So we have them developed in narrow strips. We have these height restrictions. So they tend to stay smaller than what makes sense from an economic and investment perspective from those people who have those developments. So as part of the new physical development plan, sir, what we are doing is reviewing those height restrictions in certain places and redeveloping an entire new area. When we talk about transformation, sir, we are not just talking about economic and social transformation. We are talking about allowing Barbadians to feel proud of where they live again. People have for so long been complaining about how Bridgetown looks. I used to like to go in town. It feels as if it has been abandoned, as it has been along with the rest of this country over the previous decades, sir. But we are here to make wrong things right, and we ask Barbadians to stay the course. We got this. So we're looking at 12 new hotel sites, 7 existing sites to be redeveloped or expanded. It means that the total number of new rooms could be, once all developed, in excess of 4,000. So historically, the ratio of new jobs for every new room is about 2 to 1. So what does that mean? We're looking at a massive 8,000 new jobs, or more than a 20 to 25% increase in employment in this sector. Now, I don't like to make proclamations because that's what the other fellows used to do, and then not deliver. But we are talking through you, sir, to the people of Barbados about what our targets and our intentions are, and what we have plans and capacity to be able to execute, so that, yes, we can be held accountable. The total investment, sir, is likely to exceed $3 billion for this effort, and it's going to provide opportunities for about an additional $50 million of public investments that are going to be funded and implemented by the private sector. What does that mean? It means that in addition to being able to make profit through those new investments, that because they're going to be investing in recreational spaces, in looking at how we engage people from those communities in that employment, there is no way, sir, that I am going to preside over any investment strategy where the people of Britons Hill and Flagstaff and Carrington Village and those areas have to sit down and watch developments go up and cannot work a day. It is not going to happen under this Barbados Labour Party administration as it happened under the last government, because those people have to get employment from those projects, and through our procurement rules, we are going to make sure that that happens. We are talking about new community centers, social housing, bus stops and terminals. All of those are the additional benefits to be had from these private investments in this sector, sir. Sir, in the time that I have left, and I'm sure that you'll prompt me when I do not have much remaining, I want to respond to a question. I want to shed some light on a question that was raised by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the member for St. Michael West, my St. Michael colleague. You know, the member for St. Michael South and I, we tend to, as perhaps some of the younger among our colleagues, we tend to like the social media, Instagram, and one of the hashtags that we use is One St. Michael. It's One St. Michael. Yeah, One St. Michael. I will always look out for my friends and fellow and colleagues in St. Michael. Sir, with respect to the Hilton, let's clarify some things. The last government reached an agreement to sell the Hilton Hotel for about $160 million to an entity called London and Regional. Now, London and Regional is a highly credible partner in the hospitality sector. They have about 14,000 luxury hotel rooms across the Caribbean, in Europe, and the UK. Reputable. But sir, if the government had consummated that sale with London and Regional, they would have ended up, well, the government and the people of Barbados would have ended up with just $66 million after the debts and the minority interest had been settled. So you sell a hotel for $160 million. And the financial model that you are using means that you are only going to end up with $66 million after all is said and done. That price, sir, was too low. And that's the reason that we spoke about it on the platform. It was not a gimmick. When I was privileged to become part of the economic team of this Barbados Labour Party, led by the Honourable Prime Minister, my priority was not to try and make up things. What I was asked to do, and I was happy to do, was to bring some sense and some sound analysis to what this country was being made to go through, was being dragged through by the last administration. So that's the reason we objected to the sale, sir. And the reason the price was so low was because the last government was catching at everything. They had no money. The economy was so mismanaged that they had to now try and sell off everything. It's like when you're in trouble and you go to the pawn shop and you take up your mother radio and your father socks. That's what they had us in. And Barbados would have sold an iconic asset for very, very little return. So this new government, sir, sought to revise that agreement to get a better position, a better deal for Barbadians. And the objective of the revision of that agreement, sir, was for the hotel to receive the investment that it needs to be successful without giving up the ownership or without incurring even higher levels of debt. And that's why we talk about having a college of negotiators as a very important thing. And I suspect that at some point the Honourable Member for St. Michael West is going to stand up and ask how much we're paying them, and we will answer you. But the point is, you get what you pay for. You get $1.3 billion in savings from paying 0.45% on the dollar saved. You get what you pay for. And while some of us may want to find a pick for us old colleagues, I won't grudge a man a pick, but come at it the right way. Don't come at it through conjecture and casting aspersions on people that are working hard to save this country. It is not right, but we are here, sir, to make wrong things right. So, sir, a heads of agreement has been reached with London and Regional that has been approved by Cabinet that will pave the way for us to finalize those details in the coming month. And in that framework agreement, sir, London and Regional have agreed to invest $40 million over the next 18 months. Invest. It is not a sale. To invest $40 million over the next 18 months, with the majority of that investment being in this year. Now, we know, or we may know, that the traditional way that we fund investment is through either debt or equity. But there is, sir, little scope for $40 million of new debt without the hotel being pushed into further losses. Now, that's on the debt side. In the case of an equity arrangement, sir, the government would have to give up a substantial share of existing profits. So the heads of agreement that we reached with London Regional is an innovative arrangement where, in return for the $40 million investment, London Regional is going to get a 50% share, not of existing profits, but profits over and above those that currently obtained, because the investment will make the entity more productive and more valuable. So this is what happens when you take your time, because you've boosted your foreign reserves from 400 million to 1.1 billion, sir, in 10 months. You can take your time, you have a cushion, you can relax yourself, study your head, and negotiate properly on behalf of the people of this country, instead of selling off the assets that are going to be productive or that have the capacity to be productive for future generations. That is what a growth strategy is, if you don't know what it looks like. You may not know what it looks like, sir, because it does not look like anything that you have come up with. And the honourable member for Christchurch West Central, in his brilliant intervention yesterday, talked about the programs that are planned and developing the talent of people and the ventriloquy. But it seems to me that we already have that talent around. Because the movement is happening on one side and the talking is coming from somewhere else, but we know where the movement is happening. So we are not cowed and bothered, but what we are clear on, sir, is that when you cannot recognize new growth models, new development models, and new platforms for transformation because they didn't come from you, then all of a sudden it's not growth. But we know that the Barbadians in whom we are investing, by bringing back free tertiary education, are able to recognize these little tricks of the game. We know that they're able to see it, and that they are going to and will be able to discern the basis on which we are asking them to stay the course with us, because we got this. We may not be doing things the old way that is going to make other people happy. We cannot afford the old way anymore. People talk about sectors, and yes, there are areas that we have to develop. We have to develop renewable energy. We have to build these skills here for the technology. The Minister made reference to Carlton Cummins, who has made us proud and who is going to make us prouder, because we are going to help invest in him, not because government has the money to do it. This is a part of the new model, sir. A part of the new model, sir, is that government does not have to be as large as it once was. We are doing away, sir, with these old dichotomies of big or small government, of government or private investment. What we are showing is that investment can be led by the private sector, but government can still play a very muscular role in facilitation, in planning gains, in clearing the way, not just for big private sector. It is not about that. Clearing the way for regular Barbadians. With the $9 billion in savings that we have, to be able to find somewhere to put their money to invest. You know, one of the things I said 2 years ago as I was reviewing my remarks in that Grantley Adams lecture was that we talk about reducing poverty, but that's not the issue before us. It is not about poverty alone. It is about reducing economic insecurity. Because I might not be able to present to welfare for a voucher because I may not qualify. But one medical bill that is too high and I'm in trouble. So it is not just about giving people some cash alone. It is about creating wealth for regular Barbadians like me. Like the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, like the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, like those of us like the Honourable Member for St. John, who know what it is like to grow up like our constituents are growing up. That is why we take this thing seriously, and sir, that is why I take it personally. When people come in here and try to talk about fiscal multipliers and aggregate demand as if you could carry that to the supermarket. I am when you're talking about it, but I know if I ask you where it is, you can't tell me. And that is not to be rude, but it is to say, let us get to the business of providing for people. That is what development is. And I wouldn't ask any honourable member to carry back any message because I know the message is being heard as I speak.
Honourable member, you can start to put in your
That's perfect timing, sir, because all that remains to be said is that I am happy. You know, this might not be a very popular thing to say, but I'm going to say it because like the Honourable Member for St. Philip North, sometimes you just got to say the truth. You just got to talk to reality. So I had no idea what a member of the Prime Minister's cabinet in this country earned when I offered myself political service. I had no idea. I asked a question I didn't want to know. It didn't matter. I will not speak to my reaction when I found out. But the truth is, it does not matter. For me, this was always about service to the people of St. Michael South Central, to the people around the area of Carrington, Wesleyan, where I went to church and grew up, where my great aunt first took us, where I was baptized. It was always about that. And because this country gave me so much, I wanted to use what I was given to give back. It is not, I am proud to be an economist and to give my skills. All of us in this chamber, sir, have skills. Doesn't matter what they are. It's not about that. It's not about using fancy words and politicizing everything. Barbados was in crisis for the last decade, and this Barbados Labour Party government came with a plan that we have been executing for 10 months, and we have seen the kind of changes that people in this country would not have believed possible if they were using the last administration as a yardstick. I am proud to be a part of that, and so I take it all personally. But I want to say to you, sir, to the people of St. Michael South Central, to the people of Barbados, that your government got this and to stay the course. And with that, sir, I'm obliged to.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my voice to this budget debate and to say how pleased I am, Mr. Speaker, to speak after the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. I am indeed happy to see how these young people performed over the past 24 hours, especially the member for St. Michael South Central, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, if there are two members in here that I think I have personal liking for, is a member for St. Michael South East and a member for St. Michael South Central, because I knew their parents long ago. In the case of the member who just sat, I knew her mother. We went to school together, and she was very fond. She was very fond of me in those days. And I'm happy that she has produced. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that she has produced such fine talent. Only if you knew, in those days, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, only if we knew that we could have produced such fine talent. But then again, Mr. Speaker, I must say the Barbados Labour Party has always found these talents. And I'm very proud of this team that have produced so well. And I'm sure the leader of the opposition will join with me, because he also was one of the young stalwarts in the Barbados Labour Party, and he recognized the talent that we have in this chamber. I sat in your chair, Mr. Speaker, and listened to the debate, and I'm very proud of the representative of St. George South was put in perspective, a A-class delivery today, and I am proud that he has taken up the mantle to move this country, and especially the Trust Loans Fund. And I recall saying to him early in this chamber, I want him to go to work early, to do his best, and to make us proud. And he is indeed making Barbados proud. I want to thank him. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but reflecting on where we came from. And in the last 10 years or so, we have seen this country reduced to a miniature of what it used to be under the Barbados Labour Party up to 2007, 2008. And the last 10 years, we have seen the Democratic Labour Party has moved this country to high taxation, high unemployment range from 12 to 15% on average. We have seen high morale. We have seen in that 10-year space, Mr. Speaker, persons lost their homes because they could not pay the mortgages. And I'm sure most of us recognize that it was a time of sorrow in Barbados. For 10 long years, the Barbados Labour Party has spoken. We've told the Dems in those days that they were on the wrong course. We tried our best from opposition to help the government, but they never listened. And within 10 months of the Barbados Labour Party's program, we have seen that this country is now on a better pathway. We have seen that in 10 months, more and more people are becoming happier. They are smiling once again. And when you look at it, we can say with some assurity that the Barbados Labour Party manifesto is working. Its Prime Minister is working for the people of Barbados, and its cabinet and government is indeed sure-footed, and we are on the right path. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to say from this outset that after, and I was over there when the Democratic Labour Party was in office, and we told them about this tuition fees for university. And that is one thing that hurt me most more than anything else is when the Democratic Labour Party removed the tuition fees for a large number of Barbadian school children. It hurt us very badly. And that day I remember I almost walked out the house. I could not believe that the Honourable party would be the one to pull down education. And we promised the people of Barbados that we would restore tuition fees. And that is one thing, and one thing alone that I compliment this government, is the restoration of the tuition fees for a large number of students of university. That has helped Barbadians in larger than the government even knows. That has helped Barbadians larger than the government knows. And we must stay the course. As the Prime Minister has said, we must stay the course. We must stay the course because if there's one thing that Barbadians have that we must stay the course for is education and training. And we can say without any contradiction from the 50s, great Prime Minister of the day, Sir Grantley Adams, pointed the course for education and health for Barbados. And we move education and health. We have services in this country more than most Caribbean countries. And we stayed the course in those years under Sir Grantley Adams. And of course, we had a former representative of St. George in the name of Miller, who was the pioneer in the development of health services in this country. And we saw what has happened in Barbados Labour Party's time. When he was removed from office in 1961, we saw a reversal of the health services because many people did not know it was the Barbados Labour Party that started the community hospital. Then we came back and looked at the polyclinics. We did all this. So between health and education, the Barbados Labour Party can stand proud. But we saw a dismantle of all these services whenever the Democratic Labour Party is in power. Whenever the Democratic Labour Party is in power, we see a reversal of some of these things. And we take it for granted. We put things in law, and that's why I always say sometimes the law is okay, but we put it in the law, but yet whenever the Dems in power, they have a way of reversing these things. I remember between 1994 and 2008, we came in here after the Democratic Labour Party had put people back off, sent people home. And they cut salaries 8%. We saw all this happen. And we passed a law that after persons were employed, that no government, future government, would be able to dismiss them and put them disadvantaged. And we saw that the Democratic Labour Party did it in their term. We saw that. And we restored the 8% pay cut in 1994-95. We did it. We come in here now and we pass laws, integrity laws, but there's nothing can stop the Democratic Labour Party, a future Democratic Labour Party, from reversing all these gains. What do we do? What do we do? We have to be able to sensitize Barbadians to the fact. In fact, Barbadians became very much aware that the Democratic Labour Party was on the wrong path. They realized, and that's why we were able, in the last election, it was not the Barbados Labour Party alone that did it. The people. And I heard one other member said it was an act of God, maybe, but the people waited for them. The people waited for them, and when the time was right, you can imagine a mass political party only winning 2 boxes in the whole election. Never heard. It was never heard before. It was indeed the hand of God. But we have to be able to warn Barbadians over and over again. Do not take it for granted. We have at all costs to warn Barbadians again that whatever we gain in this term could be dismantled by a future Democratic Party if the people were so gullible to put them back in office. In fact, I must say, a gentleman passed by my home this morning when he was coming back, and that's the fact of life. He said to me that if the Democratic Party wants to come back to office, they have to change the name. They have to change the name. They have to change their philosophy, but can't they change their philosophy? A den by any name is the same thing. By any name. And the Labour Party must not believe that there will be a power forever, but at the same time, we must put in place systems that cannot be dismantled. Cannot be dismantled, because look at the gains that we have achieved in 10 months. Look at the gains that we have achieved in 10 months. We have put people back to work. Morale is high. You have given, the Minister of Finance has spoken clearly that persons are now getting their income tax refunds, VAT refunds, which you could not get. Persons were owed VAT and pensions for years under the Democratic Party, and there was no hope. There was no hope. There was no hope under the Democratic Party, and just came to power. And persons were able to get an increase in wages. They were able to get better pension, more pension, especially persons at the lower end. These are things that we must not take for granted, but we must remind people over and over again that these are things that the Barbados Labour Party had promised in our manifesto, and we have delivered. We also must speak, Mr. Speaker, on this unfair thing that happened that I think we need to ask questions. I think the government needs to come and give us more facts on this CLICO matter. I believe that a central bank lending money to a company is the wrong thing. Even though we do not, and this way sometimes the public feels that we are in this together. All politics, all politicians, all parties are in this together. But somebody must pay for these things. How can a central bank lend a company $52 million? Now you tell me. It bothers me. It really bothers me to see that the nature of a central bank is not a commercial bank. The central bank is the government banks, the bank of last resort. It sets government policy. The central bank is the bank to carry out the policy of government. But it's not a commercial bank. And I am calling on the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, and those people who work in the Ministry of Finance, to let us know who was the governor at the time, who was the governor at the time to authorize the governing bank to authorize this loan, a loan of $52 million to Enrico is, to my mind, a criminal act, and it must be investigated because these are the money belongs to the Barbadian public. Somebody must be held responsible for this. This could not happen in a developed society. This could not happen in the U.S., Canada, or there. What happened in Barbados? No, it's unfair. We need to have more information on this. And I'm calling on the government, Attorney General, to investigate this matter right down to the hill. You cannot do this. This is unfair to the people of Barbados that have to suffer. This is one of the reasons why we can't have buses. This is one of the reasons why people in St. George can't get home at night, because not a bus was bought. Can you imagine this? In 2008, I was Minister of Public Works at the time, and we committed to buy 50 buses in every 1 year. But we could not buy a bus after 2006, 2007, because you were committed to give money to your friends. I remember when the no confidence motion was called here, when the honourable member for St. Michael North East brought a no confidence motion on the same St. Clico. And I got up and said, it is, I said it was a case in which you're treating your friends above the public. And the then Prime Minister was heavily involved with the owners and the managers of Clico. So then we are now being told that $52 million was loaned by the centre. But I'm very offended, I must say. I'm very offended, and it should be investigated. Whatever assets that Clico has should be taken up. I understand they have assets of just over $100 million. But all the lands in St. John, there's no way to correct. I'm not here. I haven't heard the member for St. John spoke about that. I wasn't here. But you got in the whole, when a government is involved personally in a company that is ripping off all Caribbean people, left, right, and center, all over the country, that Clico has ripped off the people in those countries. And Barbados is the same thing. But they have a few assets, Mr. Speaker, assets that can be given to the people. I would hope that all these plantations that are still in the name of Clico, because we have not heard, I'm listening to hear from the Minister of Agriculture later today, what is going to be done with those lands that are now exposed, that people have to, can't have proper environment because of the courage, because of the monkeys, because of all types of vermin now running through rats, everything, through St. John. And St. John, and I'm very happy that St. John people have woken up and have given the Barbados, their parties, the vote for the very first time. I'm very happy about that. And the Member of Parliament for St. John must remember and remind his constituents that this change is necessary or was necessary and should be kept, because what they have done to St. John was also criminal. And we have seen, I go through St. John very often. We have seen good hope. People are now having hope that new programs are being introduced in St. John for the first time. But these lands must be turned over to the Crown and made available to the people of St. John under the Land for the Landless program. We want to see that. We want to see that. This whole matter of Clico is stink, and it must be resolved, because we cannot put it and throw it in the waste paper basket and say, okay, we can't trail it more. We need to, and when the opposition or whoever talk about setting up commissions and we say, I want a commission set up on Clico. We need to set up a commission on Clico. We need to find out what is really happening. That is what the opposition should be calling for. Investigation into Clico, investigation into bad habits, bad practices by the last administration. We need to see, and everybody needs to see what is happening. And we are taking out, and now this government is now taking out money from the taxpayers to pay policyholders. I mean, this could not happen in other societies that want to say this, because the private sector entity failing has nothing to do with government, but this government believes they have a responsibility, the policyholders, and we are helping them. But this is money belongs to the people that can be spent on buses, that can be spent on roads, upgrading the hospitals, upgrading the social services of Barbados. This is what we should be doing, but we are helping the policyholder find. Because I had a man in my constituency who invests his only $22,000 working in the shrimp industry, Mr. Speaker, and he could not get it back. But he sees hope now. At least he's getting a few dollars. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we, in this Barbados Labour Party, has to do a lot more if we are supposed to reduce the crime situation in Barbados. And this crime situation has come out of the bad policy of the Democratic Labour Party. Don't let us fool our fact. Don't let us fool our fact. The policies of the Democratic Labour Party, social policies. And that's why I say that there is a small and a quiet nexus between criminality and the social services. We need to get a strong social service in place. We need to have stronger families. And I have spoken already on this, that we need to see men, and I heard members talking about it, men need to play a bigger role in the development of their children, especially child maintenance. I've spoken about that, and I believe the time has come for compulsory payment for those persons who work and don't pay child maintenance. Garnishing of wages. I understand under the act, I guess the Attorney General or somebody can say to me, the minister who responds for this, that this act simply says that a person has to sign off if he's supposed to get, if money is supposed to be garnished. In other words, if you're working, a man is working, he has to sign. Of course, I support paternity leave. I thought I should have come already. If it has ever have come earlier, I would have gone a few myself. Right? Because I have some children. I support all of mine. But I support paternity leave. Of course. But I'm a proud father who support all of my children. And I believe that men should support their children. Men should support their children. And it has to do with if you have a child from A or B, support your children. We need strong families. I have said many women have the struggle, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you, many women have the struggle to send school their children in the morning. Some children go to school without food, without breakfast. And what happens? We saw that this has caused tremendous problem on the school system. And it is causing tremendous problem because some children believe when they become 13, 14, 15 in that age group, that my mother can't send me school no more. She poor to my mother, I heard it. My mother can't send me school no more. I want to find a work. And I go up on the blocks, and this really social services has broken down. This is what the crime has caused. And now it's no causing the Barbados, they probably know, to put measures in place to strengthen it and shore up this. Because regardless how many policemen you put in place, if you go in the army and you don't have a strong social service, you have problems. We need to have a system where, and I have called on this before, not only stronger families, but you need to have an allowance for women, especially women with children based on income. If there's in a society like ours, you can find money for CLICO. If you can find money for these nasty habits, why can't we find money then to provide opportunities for mothers who are not working, who have to send for the children? I have called for mothers allowance before. I have called for mothers allowance since in 1994. The then Minister of Finance told me he was studying it. But there must be a situation where persons without income, Mr. Speaker, mothers especially, get at least $24 or $30 every week to support their children. There are too many children going without things, and fathers need to support their children. So once you have stronger families, allowances provide for women and so on, then I believe that this should help. Again, I have said that the welfare system is not working in Barbados. It needs to be modernized. The whole name of welfare needs to be changed. That is another thing, Mr. Speaker. People do not want to have welfare. People for an allowance. But when you tell me about going to welfare, some people say, I am not going to welfare because, number one, the welfare system is not designed. It's too old-fashioned. It needs to be modernized. And people need to get this, every allowance based on needs. And when I go to my constituency office and I hear somebody say, well, a welfare officer asked to send a letter to, ask the representative to send a letter. Why is it the welfare officer is asking me to send a letter? For what? I refuse to ever send, I will never send a letter to the welfare office or any office asking me to send a letter because somebody wants a food voucher. You can imagine that? The officers must do their job. If a person has a need for food, wait out to LP for. You have a need, give the man or the woman based on needs, based on what they are playing for. Has nothing to do with member party. In fact, in some developed societies, in a developed society, the member party don't know any, there's no need for him to know either. Persons must give him help based on the need. If a person needs a voucher, carry out the work and do the job, rather than asking. And this is what breeds corruption all the time. It breeds corruption in a developed society. I would hope, after we become so developed over years, we are educated people. Barbados is 98% literacy. Why are we asking people, the welfare office? People need to get up and do the work, and I hate to know that you sit down for so many years and don't do your job, so that you must carry out these assessments, and the other thing, a person should not be on welfare for life either. A person should not be on welfare for 10, 15 years. Do assessments, have persons, there was a program for welfare to work. We would like to see that program introduced or reintroduced, fine-tuned, or whatever has to be done so that persons come off of welfare, so that we get work opportunities. I would like to see the Minister of Labour get in this program to help provide employment, the skills training. Many of you don't know, but with the skills training that was set up by the Barbados Labour Party. The skills training program was set up by the Barbados Labour Party. Many people do not talk about it anymore. But we need to expand that skills training. I talked about TVET's council a couple of weeks ago, but we need skills. I have said in the cabinet years ago, I was laughed at that time, but I do not believe that children should leave school without any form of certification or skill. I do not believe it. I feel that the age needs to be expanded, so at 16 years old, a child goes in to get some form of skill, some form of training to help him through life. It used to happen before this skill. There's nothing new. Apprenticeship system, Mr. Speaker. Apprenticeship system, Mr. Speaker. Used to, in the olden days, I was told that every young boy had to go to apprentice and learn the trade. Girls learn needlecraft, housecraft, and so on. Why can't we start these things? Too many young children go on the block because they have nothing to do. And parents, and we need the Ministry of Education also to start teaching parent education. Don't believe that every woman that got a child can be a mother. Don't believe that. Or every man can be a father. We have to start teaching these skills to get people to understand their role. And whenever there's a crime out there, you can point to the parent who have not looked after his or her child. Whenever. Because they're not paying attention. And I made a point too, Mr. Speaker, some years ago, that every school system must start teaching Sunday school on Monday morning. You know what I mean by that? Start teaching Sunday school on Monday morning, Mr. Speaker, that every school should have, because you look in today's paper, Mr. Speaker, you see a guy running with a gun. A guy running with a gun in his hand, he has no fear. He has no fear. And his mother looking at him, he has no fear. And children need to understand the basic rules, thou shalt not kill. I mean, we do not even teach in the schools anymore the 10 Commandments. We need to start teaching Sunday school on Monday morning in the school system. The basic things. There's no way a child can have these values without being taught. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the future under the Barbados Labour Party is bright. I believe that we have come a long way. A lot has to be done to clean up the mess of the last administration, but we can do it. I believe, as the Prime Minister said, we must stay the course. All cannot be done overnight. But I am happy that my constituents are happy that change has come. I have heard it. I have not heard a negative vibe on these new provisions in this budget today. A lot of work still to be done. We have a lot of roads, Mr. Speaker, in St. George still to be done. We have bus services to be done. We have a lot of problems in the transportation system, but I am confident. I'm confident that under the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, that we will see growth. We will see growth, and I'm hopeful that in the years to come, we can see more and more done under the tenantries program as well. In your constituency and mine, there's still a lot of private persons, private tenantries, Mr. Speaker, where the 250 square foot has to be applied. I can talk about that because it was in the Barbados Labour Party's program as well, where we can see more and more families owning the property that they lived on for so many years. Again, that will help the people in your constituency and in the St. Michael area, especially where number of derelict properties exist because people cannot now build on these properties because they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the titles for them. And this is where former Barbados Labour Party have put in place a program to help people in the various territories. So, Mr. Speaker, as we close, I want to see Barbados push forward under the Barbados Labour Party. I want to see the social services strengthened. I want to see the law enforcement agencies strengthened as well. And I believe that we will have a better day under the Barbados Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the budgetary statement and proposals as delivered 2 days ago. I will not stay with the economics in that statement. I think that has been dealt with and competently dealt with. But I will just pass and say that I believe that most of Barbados is persuaded and well persuaded that this country emerged from peril. I believe most Barbadians are persuaded and well persuaded that this country is in an era, hopefully short, of stabilization. And I believe most Barbadians are persuaded and well persuaded that with this statement and the vision of this statement and this budgetary proposal, that someday we will return to prosperity. I represent the constituency of Christchurch South, and I do so proudly. And we represent a diverse range of constituencies, speaking demographically. And many persons come to me and they always say, well, you know, yours is a constituency that contains a significant number of the well-to-do. And I pause, and I say to them that often I am less concerned that some are well-to-do, and always I am more concerned that all are to do well. The rain falls on the rich as well as on the poor.
That's right, yes.
And there are poor people in my constituency. And the presence of the rich makes me no less concerned for the poor in my constituency. I speak frankly, and I speak right on. And I say to you today, Mr. Speaker, and honestly so, that there are young people in my constituency who have suffered as a result of government's retrenchment program. Yet, they take the Prime Minister at her word, at her good word, that these adjustments are necessary. But I empathize with them. I empathize with the young female of my constituency who went home. But 2 months later, she has her own hairdressing salon. I empathize with the other young lady who went home and joining with those persons who are interested in her welfare. She has found new employment within the private sector. Yet there's a third one, Your Honor, who was retrenched. And every day of my life, I join her in the search for new employment. It has not come yet. But we take the Prime Minister at her word, stay the course. Stay the course. The rich and the not so rich and the poor have agreed to join together in this country and to make sacrifice. And therefore, I say, and I make that commitment to that third young lady in my constituency, that she has every spiritual bit of energy in my body, that I shall join with her. And I have told her the public sector may not be available, but let us search the vast private sector to find her employment. And I go further. She is a mother, and she is a young mother, and she worked in this public service for 7 years without infraction. But today and tonight, she will join the sacrifice and rejoin the sacrifice tomorrow of those hundreds of citizens of this country who are not rich, but whom we want to see better. And I am proud to be part of a government that is committing itself honestly to the task of rebuilding this country. And I say to my constituents in Christchurch South, those of disadvantage, we shall not abandon you. This Barbados Labour Party government shall not betray you. We've walked this road with you before, and we will walk this road again. A time of prosperity will revisit this country, Mr. Speaker. From Rendezvous in the west, St. Lawrence, Graham Hall, Moravian Gardens, Fairholme Gardens, my beloved Ashby Land in Oystons, Maxwell and Dover, and St. Christopher. I can call the names, and Rollins Road, and my beloved Upper Carter's Gap, and Goodland, whose lands are not always so good when it rains. And I made public petition in here a few weeks ago for my honourable colleague from Christchurch West to attend to the concerns of the folk of Goodland. When it rains, we rejoice with the plants. When it rains, the people in Goodland suffer and stay in their houses and cannot leave because the problems in Goodland are peculiar within the constituency of Christchurch South. We shall not leave them. And they have my commitment that every day of my living political life I dedicate to the hardship suffered by my constituents. We want to do well. This is not about the well-to-do. All of us want to do well. Mr. Speaker, this country came to a standstill yesterday. And I could not leave this speech and defend the content of this speech unless I referred to the events that gripped this country yesterday. Could not do it. The people of Barbados are speaking about it. This Parliament risks irrelevancy if we come here today and say nothing about it. We must speak about it. There's a famous Barbadian called Professor Steinbach. He lives in Canada, a famous neurosurgeon. He received an award, I think a few years ago, and he went to Harrison College. And he did exceptionally well in his O-levels, as they were at the time, his A-levels. And he was always predestined for academic and professional greatness. And he received one of many high awards in Canada. Professor Dr. Paul Steinbach, I believe is his name. And when he received that award, he was asked, "What advice do you have for young people?" And this is coming from a professor, and as is their wont, one expects something very abstract, something very profound, something that is likely to escape the comprehension of ordinary minds. But he did not elevate himself beyond ordinary minds. His advice to young people was this: live your life with integrity, and people will trust you, and you will feel good about yourself. The simple, profound words of Professor Steinbach. It is highly unlikely that that 10-year-old boy in St. Philip a few weeks ago heard Professor Steinbach. I'm referring, Your Honor, to those 4 children. And the good book says, a child shall lead them. And when asked to explain why he found that man's money and returned it, he returned it. He was asked, the press was curious that this was a large amount of money for a child. And Your Honor, for a poor man, it was also a large amount of money. And he said to the media, I knew that I had done a good deed, and I felt good about myself. As if by telepathy, he seemed to have accepted the guidance of a man thousands of miles away, a neurosurgeon in Canada. Mr. Steinbach is a man in middle ages. I believe he's in his 60s. That little boy is 10 years old, or 11. There was an old lady in St. Andrew a few weeks ago who celebrated 100 years of life. And I was never so charmed when I saw the media report as to her celebration. A lot of us in here have personal histories in the church, and we speak proudly of this. And so do I. And she took me back to my own years in the church, and I heard the Honourable Member for St. George North appeal to this chamber and to this country to return religious tuition to the schools of this country. We had it when we were a good country, and today we are not such a good country. But he spoke of those values. And the Honourable Member for St. Thomas spoke of those values in assisting his speech. And Mrs. Tabitha Maynard, I celebrate with her today. Erika, St. Thomas, one of your people. I'm so happy. And when they asked her to reflect on her 100 years of life, she broke into song. And the Reverend said to her, "This is your time. Sing your song." And the song into which she broke, "I am blessed. I am blessed. Every day of my life I am blessed." 100 years old when she was born in St. Andrew or St. Thomas. While the world was concerned with the end of World War I, that child was being born. And 8 children on this humble soil that we love so much. And she didn't do an 11 plus. At the age of 11, at the age of 20, more likely than not, she was a working woman. And at the age of 30, she did not have the privilege of the vote. And chances are her entire life reflected humility. But she has it within her. Her spirit is so filled with virtue that in celebration she says, "Every day of my life I am blessed." And I refer to her, Your Honor, to remind you and this country about the foundation on which we stand. That is the quality of Barbadian that has made this country what it is and what it ought to be. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that if this government follows the correct path, this country will depart from the descent that it made yesterday, and with the values of Mr. Beeper Maynard, will return to the country that we expect and want it to be. But yesterday, the voice of the youth was absent. We tried to watch, some of us who had the time to watch the athletics at the stadium. We tried. But sometime in the afternoon I remarked to the staff at my office that Bridgetown and more immediately Corey Street and White Park looked like Sunday afternoon. There was a still. This country was paralyzed yesterday afternoon by these infamous events, and I cannot come here today and defend my silence on it, because that is not the Barbados we know. That is not the Barbados we want. I have practiced law in these courts for 35 years. My experience here is short. A little more than 35 months. But I bring to you, Mr. Speaker, and I bring to this country the experience of 35 years of practicing law in this country. And I want to say to my colleagues at the bar, and I want to say to the people of Barbados, that the duty of a lawyer is to defend the rights of those who are charged for criminal wrongdoing. But the duty of the lawyer is not to defend the criminal wrongs of those who disrespect and disregard the rights of others. Where was the voice of the youth yesterday? A few years ago, I came into contact with a musical album called Get Rich or Die Trying. Get rich or die trying. Your generation and mine, and the generation that was spawned by Mrs. Maynard, came up on progressive philosophies. We struggle too. This country knows poverty too. The majority of people in this country know poverty. And the arguments of dispossession and alienation are not available to those who engage in heinous crime of the sort that is now casting a dark and heavy shadow over this country. Those arguments are not available to them. All of us in this chamber understand progressive political philosophy and social theory. What is afflicting this country is arrant and nasty crime. And I challenge anyone in here or outside to mount the defense in favor of what we are witnessing in this country now. They cannot. There is no social theory that is progressive that will defend acts that spring from that mantra: get rich or die trying. The effusions of moral decadence born within the inner cities of North America, transported into this country, sometimes by the internet, sometimes by clothing that carries the words and the mantra. And we have a subset that has abandoned any contact with progressive social theory and progressive philosophy that speaks to the emancipation and the upliftment of the poor. And they have made resort to that backward mantra: get rich or die trying. When a man stands in front of a camera and arms himself with 2 AK rifles and smiles gleefully and dances, what is he doing? He has accepted the glamorization of crime and violence. That is what that subset has done to themselves, and that is what they're trying to do to this country. I challenge anyone again to defend that subset of the criminally minded with any progressive social theory that speaks to the dispossessed seeking their place in society. Get rich or die trying is their mantra. I understand that typically the ages of those involved in these acts are the very young. Was that the voice? Is that the legitimate voice of young people in Barbados? I say no. We all in here say no. The 1960s in the United States was a difficult time. John F. Kennedy, killed by a criminal. Malcolm X, killed by some criminals. Martin Luther King, killed by a criminal. Robert Kennedy, killed by a criminal. There was no progressive social theory or political philosophy to defend those people. Similarly, I repeat to you today, Your Honor, there is no progressive political philosophy nor social theory that will defend a man who takes the life of a woman who was at home simply because her church was closed. That is the country we are living in tonight. She was not lost to us because the church was closed. That is an argument that satisfies the pain of denial. She was killed because a man shot her with a gun. She was killed because a criminal shot her with a gun. Is that the country we now live in? Again, Your Honor, bring the social theory that can defend that. Children used to run in the cellar at play, Honourable Member for St. Thomas. We played as children in the cellar. I understand that a few nights ago, an 11-year-old child and a 7-year-old child ran under the cellar simply because they wanted to save precious life. Which voice in this country will bring defense to them? Not in the courts. They're entitled to a defense in the courts. But the social theory, and you are a social worker, Your Honor. You are a lawyer and a social worker. There are not many people in this country as highly qualified as you. Sometimes I wish I had you here next to me. I am saying to this country that the time has come for us to join together and to repel the scourge of wanton, reckless violence that has made all of us victims. Not only the persons who are killed, not only their grieving relatives, but there are concentric circles of victimhood in this country. Those who are killed, the relatives who suffer loss, and the rest of us put in fear. The rest of us who don't want to go through our door at night if it is on the way leading out. The rest of us, in some cases, who leave this very parliament and tremble at night at a late sitting, they don't want to admit it. But I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, even this parliament has become a dangerous place. Ask Nard. I am told that he used to come down here to play dominoes on that side of the parliament. And at 6:35 on that side of the parliament, the Governor General, our esteemed Governor General, was on these premises while he was losing his life. What social theory of dispossession and alienation will defend these men? There's none. There's none, Your Honor. And I say I'm very pleased to see the Attorney General here today. Very pleased. And I want to say to him that the source of this violence is not the presence of firearms. It's not the presence of firearms in a real sense. It is the rage in their minds. If they didn't have a firearm, they would kill each other with something else. It is the hatred in the heart. How do you walk up to people and snuff them out? I could not defend myself if I'd sat here today and discussed the obvious virtues within this budget unless I bring myself to a discourse on what concerns and confronts this country at this very moment. This is a necessary discussion, and we must resolve it. So not only is it the rage in the mind and the hatred in the heart, but it springs from souls devoid of virtue. And that is what the Honourable Member for St. George North is calling for when he asks in the most peculiar language, Sunday school on Monday mornings. And he is right. These young people need a dose of what we had every day. Every member of this parliament had that authentic. I hear the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. A moral crusade was our life. That is what it was. And something has gone wrong in this country. And this is not an issue to be politicized. Not an issue to be politicized. There's no politics in this. All that is contained in this is death. In its worst and nastiest forms, death, premature death, at the hands of men who do not care about God's humanity. I could not have left this debate, Your Honor, unless I brought these things to your attention, and to the attention of my colleagues, and to the attention of this country. And let me pass quickly and commend to the Attorney General of this country that there are two institutions that need to be strengthened, not demonized. And this is a very personal view, that when too many of us believe that it becomes popular to demonize and criticize the police force, even that comes from the internet. There's a dynamic of a relationship between the people in the inner cities of the United States and the police. We don't have that dynamic here. I'm not going to refer to it. You're a social worker, sir. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That is not present in Barbados. That dynamic is not present. But this country must agree to strengthen its police force. And my own individual position is that police in this country need to be better paid. And that is not a political statement. If we want a police force that is dignified and highly professional, they must work out of stations that look like places for human habitation. They must drive cars that are as efficient as other cars. And they must receive incomes that reflect the importance of the work that they do. It matters not to me if that statement is criticized for saying or suggesting that police officers are special. My view is that police officers are special. We must restore confidence in our courts. Confidence in our courts. And in every speech I make, my colleagues are probably tired of hearing me say that this is an arm of the state, and that also business here is to pass law for the peace, order, and good government of this country. This country has lost its peace. This country has lost its order. And all that we have left, according to that constitutional language, is good government. So that while we are a good government, Mr. Speaker, and the people of Barbados, I say that the time has come urgently for the passage of law that will rid this country of this scourge. And that we must join with our legal institutions, the police, and the courts. It is not beyond us to think creatively in terms of legislation, but it has now become almost folkloric that every young man who draws a gun had been in St. Philip, incarcerated a few weeks earlier. What ugly soap opera is that? It now reads like a soap opera that is intended to make us sad. We have the law in our hands, let us use it. This is a parliament with abundant numbers on this side. And I suspect that if we find a Senate that is unanimously caring for this country, as I believe also is the leader of the opposition caring for his country, that we can amend this constitution and pass laws not to satisfy human rights lawyers in any part of the world, but to make this place peaceful as it was when Tabitha Maynard was 30 years old. We have it within our power. But we are not consumed by power. We are met by the duty that this office imposes upon us. And the time has come, Your Honor, to bring lawful order to your country. That is my view, sir. And so, I feel confident that if we do what we must do within those young men that come after this group, even in our primary schools, even early in our secondary schools, they must now receive our urgent attention. They must not learn that rage. They must not inculcate that hatred. And we must fill their souls with virtue. Let us not be ashamed. Let us not be ashamed to do and to say what is right. Let us not be ashamed to express commitment to God and this world, that He wanted to be a just place. Let us not be ashamed of that. It has become unfashionable to express commitment and to express faith, even to something you cannot see, but we know what is faith. Tabitha Maynard knew what was faith, and that is why on her 100th birthday, she says, and still finds it within her to say, I am blessed. And every day of her life, she is blessed. I believe, Your Honor, that we can once again create socio-economic paradigms that will lead to prosperity. But there's one thing that undermines and impedes that road to prosperity. I say to you, and I say to my members, and I say to this country, that one element that will impede that road to prosperity is violence. The kind of violence that afflicts this country. There's a young man in this country somewhere, huddling at this very moment, who contemplates death. My appeal to him may be futile. It may be worth nothing if his mantra is that of get rich or die trying. So all that we say may mean nothing to him. But let us say things that mean a lot to that 10-year-old boy who found the money in St. Philip and returned it. There's hope, Your Honor. There's hope.
Honourable Member, I know you are in your stride. You are strident. I have given you latitude because you have captured this chamber's imagination. So start to land, please.
Yes. When you extended my time, I thought you were not feeling well and that you were enjoying the seat.
I was captivated by everything that you have said.
I'm obliged
and
to you.
I fully understand, and I'm cognizant of everything.
Thank you very much, sir. But you and I will now let the public know, and I'm wrapping up, that Combermere was never so far from Harrison College. And that Deacons Road was never so far from Grisette's. And that you and I have coincided personally and professionally, and now, thank God, in this place, on the same side. And we rejoice in these things. And so, Your Honor, I want to commend to this government a new policy, a new direction, not in terms of its economics, we're happy with that, but let us create a new social policy for the future of this country. Let us join with our Attorney General and create a new legislative regime that will keep the peace among the majority of the citizens in this country. I'm obliged to you, Your Honor.
Honourable Member City Bridgetown.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House be suspended for lunch until 2:45 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 2:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 2:45 p.m.